Fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
I really hope that the submissions today are good enough for my neighbor's ears.
Well, there's only one way to find out. If you get a knock on your door, well, I guess it wouldn't be a knock. It'd be more like people like jumping up over your fence or, screaming at you. Then you'll know.
We'll see.
Like jumping up over your fence.
Yeah, hopefully everything's good. I have a feeling it'll sound great.
We're already live, aren't we? So I can't give my honest opinion on that, can I?
It says we're live, but I don't see it. Oh, here we go.
Live.
We're live.
My honest opinion.
I was just trying
I'm on the stream
to
right now.
trying to actually get everything set up here. You know how it is.
Yeah, we're all unprepared and stuff.
Yeah. Or are we prepared just enough? I think we're prepared just enough. All right, let me get the link. Share, copy. Also, what's up, Frank? He's first, which means he gets all of the likes. No one else gets any likes. I'm going to downvote everyone else's stuff. They don't know that, though. Only we know that, okay? So, that's just a little secret. Unless they check back like 2 minutes or something, and then it won't be a secret anymore. But that is...
what are we starting with? Oh, we're starting with Frank. Sweet.
Yeah, I think we are starting with Frank. Oh, shit.
Track labels.
They heard us.
Okay, but what is with the fake questions, though, bro?
How fake? How fake we talking here?
How are the drums sitting in the mix? Question 1. Question 2, is this loud enough? Question 3, what is one thing you would change about the song? Thank you, everybody, for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We come to worship in the name of bass.
Bass Church.
Yeah.
Bass Church, dude, they need to make that. Why isn't
We have
that?
the Large Father. Father Large, that would be me.
Father Large.
We have Bishop Pastor Mac do it. He's over there.
Yeah. Yep.
Bishop Pastor Reverend Mac do it.
Yep. I need another private jet. It'll be my first one.
First one this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be my first
But
one.
I need the 2025 model. You guys obviously don't love Jesus enough to have me flying around in a private jet. These are things that in an inclusive streaming community probably shouldn't be saying.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, because I really can't tell. My fucking headphones, dude, I don't use these enough. I use them enough to know that I think Dino's a little quiet, but how is chat feeling? Chat, is Dino a little bit quiet? And
is Dino quiet?
And if he is, just tell him, tell him that he's quiet.
Let me know. I can twist some knobs, baby, just for you guys.
I think you're a little quiet still. I've got you turned up.
Okay, you want me to turn up even more? I can turn.
That is much better. I think that's already like much better.
Is it a distance from the microphone or is it a gain thing?
Yeah, that was a gain thing, I think, because now I can actually hear what you're saying.
Okay, what about now? Because this is where I'm comfortable holding the microphone.
That sounds good. I can even turn you back up a little bit here, a little bit.
Okay, because I went from 1 o'clock on the gain to 3 o'clock.
Much better. I think that chat agrees. Chat. Yep. See, actually, that's good. That's what I wanted to hear. All right, got my yerba, got my homie. Got some bangers all lined up here for all these wonderful people. I guess that means that we're ready to go. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I think we're ready to listen to some music. I mean, honestly.
Hold on, how many viewers do we have? We got 8 viewers, and how many likes do we have? That's the next question.
I hope it's 8. It might be
2. We got 2. We
2
got 8
likes.
viewers. 3.
Man.
Well, 3 now because I actually liked it myself. Guilty.
Hang on, I'll like I'll like it. See, like it's even more troll that I'm liking it because
What is how does the algorithm respond to someone liking their own videos?
I don't know.
I know we have an expert in the chat. Expert, you feel like answering that question?
They're probably like, yeah, we'll just pretend like this like isn't here. Maybe not. Maybe it does matter. That one like is going to make a big difference.
Say bye to the dog as soon as the music starts because she does
Good
not
for
like the
engagement.
subwoofer.
There you go. Good for engagement. All right. Yeah, we're engaging with our own stuff. So it counts. Sorry for that squeakiness there. I was fixing my microphone. All right.
Yeah.
I think we've yapped our way into the dislike zone. So, yeah, thank you guys for being patient. Here we go. Paging Dr. Wobbles Mix 1. Okay, we're getting a fresh look at the mix.
You wanna kick us off, Mag? I gotta adjust the speaker setup. It's a little bit too close to the wall.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. I wrote down some ideas. Wrote down some notes here. Okay. So your first question: how are the drums sitting in the mix? That's a good question. They're okay. They're not bad. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say that they're not bad. I feel like the kick is a little bit too, just like, everything getting out of the way for too long and or too loud. I can't tell. I think it's actually a combination of both. I think the kick is like a little bit too loud, and then the side chain is also a little bit too long. So it feels like there's this like giant, I don't know, like a moat. Like, you know, all right, so like it's like the kick is the castle, and then there's this moat of space around the kick, and then the rest of your music is outside the moat. Okay, that's basically, and what you want is to not have the moat there. I hope that was like a good analogy. Because, you know, it's probably easier to storm the castle that way, you know. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make here is that I think was like the only thing from a level perspective that I thought was a little weird. So yeah, just the kick. I thought the snare was fine. The hi-hat though, there's this hi-hat in the second half of the song where it's like, I think it's panned hard right. And I would just try and center it a little bit more. It just kind of feels like it's like always, actually, it's not even really a hi-hat. It's like a tambourine or something. Yeah, we'll go with tambourine, not a hi-hat. I would center that a little bit more, or you could balance it with another song on the left side, or not song, but sound on the left side. But yeah, those are like the only drum-related issues that I was able to hear. Is this loud enough? Okay, so this is an opinion, because I know that this is something that I would assume, and this is an assumption, so I could be wrong, but I assume that you would like to play this next to deep dub. And if you are trying to play it next to deep dub, then maybe this level is fine. But I think because of the aggressiveness of the timbres, you could benefit from maybe going up like a luff or two. Like maybe like a -6, -7, I think would be a really good goal as far as loudness goes for this song. Just because, yeah, that I feel like it just like fits the entire timbral quality of the track. Granted, my luff value is a little bit skewed because I have to have it turned slightly down for the stream because the stream turns it slightly up. But yeah, I would say that if you're not hitting around -6 or 7, I would make that like a goal for this kind of timbre or aggressiveness of music. Okay, the next question. What is one thing you would change about the song? Okay. So you're hitting -6. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell. Then maybe it is perfectly loud. Yeah, I think -6 is great. I don't think you really need to go for -5, and I don't think you got to go for like the -3 silly loudness. I think -6 is like just a great place to sit. But yeah, so what is one thing you would change about the song? I think that you could get a little bit more variation timbrally out of these basses. I think a good example as to how quickly or how often you should change up the timbres is in this, I think I wrote down here, 41 seconds. So basically the bass sounds fresh, and then you get to 41 seconds, and I'm expecting a timbral change, but then it doesn't happen, and I start to lose interest in the song. So that's like around the amount of time that I would recommend you start changing the timbres of the basses. Not a lot, of course, just a little bit. Obviously, you could watch the fractal technique video I made, or just kind of understand the ideology of slight variation to the timbre. You don't have to like change the whole thing. But I think that would make this track go a lot further as far as keeping the listener engaged for longer. But that's probably the one thing that I would change. But you know me, dude, I'm a sucker for variety in timbres. I really love the dynamicness that it adds to a song, which in turn makes it feel a little bit punchier, more hype, more aggressive, more, I don't know what word to use there. But it's like dynamics is great. Dynamics allows a person to, I think, get more excited about the song. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Ian's flexing. Something as simple as adding a harmonic, like a sine wave. You're spitting facts. I think that's everything. Let me make sure here. Oh, okay, last thing. I know you only asked for one thing I would change, but I'm going to go ahead and say two things.
I'll hit you with two.
Yeah, I'm going to hit you with two. The second... So the second drop, you have this cop siren thing, which I think is a vibe, but I think it's like too long. Like it's just there for too long. I don't know. I would like either explore adding things to it, which could work, or changing it to other things as the second half of the track progresses. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, that was just Dino. He's scaring the shit out of you. Um, yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Dino, take it away. Flex.
Hello. Do the drums sit well in the mix? No. I have to say, I don't know what Maggo's opinion was on this. I was inside when that was happening, getting rid of the dog, and moving the speakers. But I would say that I feel like the interplay between the kick and the bass is not quite right. The snare is a little bit loud at some times, and I don't know if like I can't remember any hi-hat issues, so that tells me that like either there isn't issues or they're just not memorable, right? And if your hi-hat groove's not memorable in like a deep dub track, that's either a plus or a minus. It just depends on how you want to look at that. So yeah. Is it loud enough? I think Magda hit that kind of on the head pretty good. You know, and again, I talked with Magda about this earlier. This might be just like limitations of my system. But there was stuff that was hitting in the upper register that was like super like really crispy and clean and loud, right? And then there was stuff that was hitting the lower register or the lower part of the octave that just didn't feel loud enough. So that might be something to look at. And then what is the last question? What is one thing I would change about this track? I'm gonna hit you with two as well. There is a part where like it happens about halfway through where it's either like a bass fill or something, but the bass just doesn't flow quite right with the rest of it, in my opinion, which is strange because this is like a really flowy track and you're usually pretty good about getting your chops down like that pretty good. It just didn't work for me, bro. And it feels like it's a timing change or something. I don't know, but you could easily bounce it out as a sample and then shift it and adjust it and have that work a little bit better. And then the other thing, like, I have to agree with Magda. I'm just not a fan of the fucking square siren. It's, you know, it's a personal thing. You like that camera angle? You're like, yeah, big belly. And so like, yeah, that's just a personal thing. You asked what I would change. I would change that as a high-end element just because I feel like it's kind of played out, unfortunately. S tier angle. Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's what I got for that. Aside from that, Frank, thank you for the first submission. Starting off nice. The neighbors get an idea of what's going to happen today. I'm pretty sure we have a.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's go, dude. No, yeah, I thought that the arrangement here is nice. You definitely have a nice cohesive theme, which is important. I feel
phrasing's really good too.
Yeah, it's just like going a little bit deeper on some of the mixing, and then I've said it once, but I'll say it again. I'm a timbre fan. I love like little slight variations to timbre can make a huge difference when it comes to repetitiveness in my head.
See, I didn't pick up it being too repetitive, like throughout the track. I felt like the
interesting.
Like it didn't go on too many times doing the same thing. I can see what you're saying. Like it would be nice to spice it up and have a little bit of a difference in there. But as far as like too much of the same thing over and over again, I didn't pick up on that.
Oh yeah, no. I'm saying more so because I think that was the question, I think, regarding what is the one thing you would change about the song. So that one was kind of like a non-necessity, but I think it would definitely go that like one extra step towards just really hooking everybody.
Would you say it would add that last 5%?
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. I think referencing not that you make similar music to this individual, but I think Of the Trees is a good example of a human being who does just enough repetitiveness, but then also variates the timbres like enough to where you're not like really noticing it. You know, you're like, this is kind of repetitive, but he like added a harmonic here.
Tell tell you how it's really. Tell us how you really feel about Of the Trees, Magda.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, he's all right.
You heard it here first. 2025.
He's all right, but I think Frankie's a little bit better than Of the Tree. Wait, no shit. Of the Trees, don't hate on me, all right? Don't be mad. Just get better. All right. Oh god. All right, next up. We have Bang on a Drum All Day, Cosmic Drop X Balloons Flip. Okay, so I assume that this is a remix of sorts, or flip, I suppose. Yeah, remix. Okay. All right, let's get it.
This is some cosmic.
Wow, as if summoned. Who knew?
I appreciate you having a clearly distinguishable outro to that track, or ramp down instead of just abruptly ending. Gave me enough time to walk over here. Should I add another low mid-range bass in the first drop? And is the first drop big enough without adding another bass to the cake? That's asking the same thing twice. Yes, you should add another low mid-range bass, just so that you can have like a little bit of like AV variation, maybe call and response kind of situation. Just because that sawtooth wave is like, who's the bass hop guy? Grizz, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I got like Grizz vibes out of this, but like old Grizz vibes or old
maybe
not
even like
First Works,
Grammatic or
yes, Grammatic. There you go.
yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Like that older bass hop kind of stuff, which is cool if that's what you're going for. Is the overall mix down and E master loud enough? I'd say the mix down's fine. I was over there listening to it on like an indirect listening pattern, because sitting here I'm like 6 feet away and I want to be able to turn it up and like get the full experience, you know. I don't know what an E master is, but I would imagine As long as you're not going too far above 0, then I'm kidding. I know what you meant by that.
Yeah, I fixed it.
You just
for
meant
him.
master. It's a typo. Is the master loud enough? I don't know. Are you at the mastering phase? Are you a mastering engineer? Is that something you should be concerning yourself with at this point in the process? Like, that's more of like a what is your role in creating this track kind of question. Are the response bases on the second drop audible enough? If you're talking about that weird bass that is not in the same design language as the rest of the track, yes, it is. And I know Magduit mentioned the fractal technique earlier. And I'm not here shilling Magduit's YouTube page, but you should go check out Magduit's YouTube page. He talks about the fractal technique. And the idea there is like you have all of your sounds are in the same, like, in the same zeitgeist. They're in the same sphere of thought, because they're all made from a similar like seed point, right? And I felt like whatever that other bass was, if that's what we're even talking about, because there was a different bass that was outside of like that sawtooth kind of bass, like I felt like it didn't fit. But yeah, I could hear it, but maybe that might not be the best piece of advice or feedback on that. But to answer your question, yes, I could hear it. I just feel like maybe I shouldn't have been able to hear it. And if you're thinking about adding that to the first drop, I would start with a baseline of the sawtooth stuff that you already have and then work your way out from that. But nice track. It's very funky. It's very like major sounding. Makes me want to bang on my drum all day. I thought that was a creative usage of that sample. I would imagine the overall motif is from the original track, and if it is, you did a good job of reimagining it and turning it into a bass music flip. So yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, Balloons was hella set on that sign bass. I don't know who Balloons is. Is that like someone that you're working with for
I think that's
a collab on this?
Yes, I think it's like him and one other fellow named Balloons. Who worked on this.
Well, maybe you should see. This is why I don't collaborate. Like, it's an artistic difference, right? And if he wants to have that sign bass, like, maybe have a VIP, because like in my opinion, and this is just opinion, this is personal taste at this point, it doesn't fit. Sometimes.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Keep going.
No.
Here's my opinion on that bass, because like I know what you're saying, but I think that it is at like much lower level on the totem pole of things to improve on. If I was to be like, if there was like a, what do you want to call it, like an action list, like a level.
I was addressing the questions, Mac. Do it.
Oh, 100%.
But no, you're absolutely right. There are other things that I would, which is kind of like going back to question 2, like, is the master loud enough? Like, is that where we're at with this track? Is that where we feel, is that something we should be considering at this point in time on this track? I would say no. But again, that's my opinion. And people call me mean and, that kind of stuff. That's fine. As far as like the action list, like Magduit was talking about, yeah, critical and honest.
Brutally though.
There are other things that could be addressed about this. But yeah, so that's my thoughts on just those 3 questions and nothing else. Go ahead, Magduit.
All right. You pretty much covered I mean, definitely variation, more bases is always good. I do think it does get like a little stale, and I agree with what Dino is saying. Some bases don't feel like I don't want to say they don't feel like they belong, but the way that you introduce them makes them feel like they don't belong. So it's kind of like I'm used to this, the saw kind of like grizzy sort of bass, and then all of a sudden I get hit with some of these like weirder, more timbrally different basses, like especially in the second drop, for example, which it felt, I don't want to say off-putting, but it's like, whoa, there's another sound here, and you didn't quite tease the sound enough for me to get excited about it. Like I wasn't really like ready for it. But so with all that being said, I think that you have a pretty good sub bass. I think that the big thing that you would benefit from is just focusing on sidechaining and drums. So the biggest thing that I noticed in this song is just the kick is almost non-existent. Like, I'm not really feeling any punchiness or groove being generated by the kick, and I think that is in part because of the lack of sidechain. It's also in part maybe because of the sample choice, but I would definitely focus on especially getting the kick to sit well in the mix. In fact, I would go so far as to say the kick and sub, if you can get the kick to feel as bassy and full as your sub is in this song, you'd be like, making leaps and bounds in a great direction. So yeah, I know that that's not the question here, but that's just like the big thing that, I would focus on that long before I even look at any of these questions.
I need to interject real quick just to agree with what Maggie was saying. I was over there. I got plenty of sub bass, but not enough punch into that sub bass, which tells me that your kick is, like you said, it was, yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to go back to sweeping my pool.
No, yeah. Thank you for that input, Dino. Yeah, and I mean, like, the thing is, you can definitely focus on whatever keeps you in the DAW, whatever makes you have fun. Like, I can tell you had a lot of fun with this track, so that's good. You should definitely keep doing this, keep making the music. But, yeah, I would not worry so much about the basses, especially the sub, which is super important. I would worry a lot more about the drums, the groove of the drums, how the drums are sitting in the track with side chaining. I definitely think if I was you, the first thing that I would focus on is side chaining. There's a lot of really cool side chain tutorials out there. I don't know if you're in Ableton or FL or what, but there's all kinds of ways to do stock side chaining, whether you're using a compressor or I know that one of the best ways that you can side chain with any stock tools with any DAW is with volume automation. That's like a classic surefire way to get your sidechain to sound great. Okay, yeah, so you're in Ableton. So yeah, I would look up a video on, you actually don't even need, look up a video on this tool that's a free Max for Live device called Duck Buddy. It's free, and I think that you would really like how it works. It works great. There's lots of tutorial videos on it. Of course, you have Ableton, so it would come with Ableton if you download it online. It's not like anything that's going to put you out any level of any amount of money, right? Like, it's free. And having some kind of sidechain tool and figuring out how to use it is the best thing that you could do, I think, right now, especially listening to this song. Now, I think Dino really he answered all these questions exactly how I would. I think the one thing that I would say is definitely keep doing this, because I can tell that you had a lot of fun doing this, because I haven't heard this song like turn into this kind of a rendition, and I liked it. Like, I liked this remix vibe. I thought it was a really creative way or creative take on the song. So yeah, I would say just keep going. Yeah, when it comes to VSTs, the best VST that I have found personally that I really enjoy is Kickstart.
Is the one you can afford.
Yeah, Kickstart 2. It's like $12, I think, something like that, $14. But I would just, honestly, if you're on Ableton, just look up Duck Buddy. It's free, and it works fucking great. And I know a lot of really, really good producers that use Duck Buddy all the time. So, I don't use it personally because I'm not a huge fan of it, just because, it's more about familiarity, because, every single volume automation side chaining tool is essentially the same. So, it's kind of like, which one do you like to use, really? They all do the exact same thing. Yeah, I think that Duck Buddy is fire for someone who's in Ableton and wants something free. Another good one is, I think it's called GTFO. Hang on a second. I'll just do a quick little... or is it STFU? It's one of these. Yeah, that's what it is. STFU. This is another good one. This is a VST that works in any DAW. So if you do want a free one that's kind of like LFO Tool or Kickstart or Shaperbox or whatever, right? This is another one that you can try. This is a great question. Is a dedicated sidechain tool better than using Ableton's compressor with sidechain? So here is my opinion. Any any tool like that can be used to create a good sidechain. Okay, so you can definitely make a good sidechain with a compressor, but the problem is that setting up a compressor to sidechain properly is a lot of work. There's definitely a specific way to get it set up because you need to have what's called a click track or some kind of a impact with it's basically 1 millisecond of sound. And you need to have that 1 millisecond of sound lined up with all the drums that you want to sidechain, which is a lot of work to like set up, right? So you can use the Ableton Live compressor, Live 8 compressor. I see everybody talking about that. That is true. The Live 8 compressor is better. But I will always recommend volume automation sidechaining just because of the way it sounds. And it's a little bit more, I don't want to say aggressive, but you essentially are able to sculpt the shape of your sidechain a lot more precisely. You're not worrying about the attack and release being a time, but like a literal shape. I mean, you can make whatever shape you want, with volume automation. So that's why I like that. A nice little hidden sidechain technique, though, which I would also recommend becoming familiar with, is something called ring mod sidechaining. And that is a type of sidechaining where you are essentially creating a negative space that is exactly the same shape as whatever sound you are sending into the sidechain for your ring mod. And long story short, it basically creates the perfect amount of space for whatever it is that you're sidechaining into it. But the problem is, okay, so this is my opinion on ring mod sidechaining. It does not give you the quote unquote pumping effect or the sidechaining effect that I think a lot of us have come to grow and love in electronic dance music. So with all that being said, thank you for listening to my rant. But with all that being said, I think it's worth learning all of the different forms of sidechain. But the one that I would focus on first, if I was new to sidechaining, is specifically volume automation sidechaining.
If you're using, you are using Ableton. If you have, I think it's in Suite, might be in Standard too, but you can always just hook up an envelope follower to a utility gain knob, and that is an easy way. That's exactly what Duck Buddy's doing, except Duck Buddy's using either an envelope follower or a click track, like Magdu had already mentioned. But the easiest and cleanest way to do it again is volume automation. And it's different, different tools are used for different purposes. Like Magda just said, I would not use ring mod sidechain for like kick and bass unless I was doing psytrance, and then I'd have to phase match and all this kind of stuff. So you have to use the right tool for the job, and I think the tool in this case to get that like really sucking, pumping sidechain effect is just volume automation. And you can go through and draw on an automation curve with the utility knob for like each thing. And that is the best way to get like a super precise way to do it. Or you can use tools that make our lives easy. Yeah, it's just up to you how you want to do it. But you don't have to spend money on it. Like I said, Duck Buddy's free. Kickstart's like $10, $12, $15. And then if you want to like really go the next step up for I think 110 or 120 is Shaperbox. But that is more than just sidechaining. And if you're not used to like all the different types of sidechaining and what you can do with a volume automation sidechain, that might be overwhelming. But Kickstart 2 is the sidechaining module in Shaperbox. So that includes that. But it has other effects in there too that you may or may not use. So if you just want a sidechain, definitely go for Kickstart 2. It's a competent and capable tool. There's also LFO tool by Xfer, the creators of Serum 2.
Wait, what's Serum 2, bro? I haven't even heard of that. There's a Serum 2? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Yeah. Holy shit, $50. Yeah. Damn. That is expensive.
Yeah, but that sends out CC information. It's not just
LFO tool is fucking dope. I've seen it used for things other than sidechaining. Actually, I think the best thing the LFO tool is good at is volume automation on a sample per sample basis. So like, let's say you're trying to sculpt the shape of your kick or whatever. I feel like LFO tool is fucking awesome for that. It's like the custom transient shaper, basically.
Yeah, it allows you to trigger it using the sample that you're trying to shape.
Right. It's got like an envelope follower
And-
built into it and shit like that.
Yeah.
It's great.
Anyway. So yeah, in short, I think me and Magdu are kind of both in agreement that there are some things that you might want to focus on first. Do you want to bring up the 4-cell photo, the 4 steps to a complete track, Magdu?
Oh,
Vince
yeah,
McMahon, you know what I'm talking about?
Let me grab that. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I feel like I appreciate his I appreciate that your goal is to get really good at a lot of these things, which you should still do. But I think what we're trying to do is help save you some time. Because if you're trying to mix and master a song that, for example, like we were just talking about the sidechain, if the sidechain isn't sitting nicely, then when you go to mix and master that song, you're kind of going to be like fighting. You're going to basically be trying to push a boulder up a hill, you know? Whereas if you have the sidechain already set up properly, the hill isn't going to exist anymore. It's just going to be kind of like a flat, a flat just level area that you're pushing the boulder. Let's see, where is the
All right,
first step?
real talk. Did you touch Pro Q3 or did Pro Q3 touch your heart?
What does that mean? What is it? What? I don't
Oh,
know.
he said in chat the second he touched Pro Q3, his life changed.
Oh.
I said, did you touch Pro Q3 or did Pro Q3 touch you?
Pro Q3 is fucking dope, but Pro Q4 is obviously worth. I've come to realize it's actually kind of fucking sick. I didn't really use a lot of the new features until recently, but now I've been basically using so what I've been using is the dynamic EQ sidechain. What is it, like a spectral feature basically, where you're only dynamically sidechain EQing things out of the way of stuff based on like the frequencies that go above a certain threshold. And it's like so fucking cool. I mean, there's a lot of unmasking tools and track spacer, and there's all these things that like kind of do that are not Pro Q4, but to have it built into the EQ and to have way more control than things like track spacer or like an unmasking tool is a vibe. But no, I'm sorry, Dino, this is the picture you wanted to talk about, which I think we should discuss as it is a valuable thing to know. Do you want to?
Nowhere in those 4 cells does it say mastering.
This is true. There is no master. The mix and master, I would say, is like kind of unnecessary.
Because if you clearly define your basement and high, like that is part of the mix down, is clearly defining those things. Like you won't have that much of a mix down process if you have, but yeah. And then you go to the next cell down. Next one is sidechain, and then the next one is minimal second harmonic, and then the last one is cohesive arrangement with FX textures in ear candy. And and this is just my opinion because I am the author of that image. But if you have those 4 things, like you are 90% there with a track. Like it's just follow that basic 4-step formula. And I mean, you break those things down into more like step 1 is like 7 steps in reality. Clearly defining a basement and high is more than just 1 step, but like it's just a little checklist,
Real, we get it. You like muddy music. You don't have to come in here trying to make people's music more muddy. All right. No, I'm fucking with you. I would say you're not wrong, Real. I think you're right in this from the standpoint of the second harmonic can be fine, but you have to be very, very tasteful with it. I mean, like if you're not conscious about it, then it's just going to add a lot of mud to the track. But if you're kind of trying to get into a impossible to fail type situation, not having the second harmonic is better than having the second harmonic. Like you can definitely have the second harmonic and it sound like shit, but if you don't have the second harmonic, you're guaranteed that your sub is going to sound fine. Like 100%. There's no way your sub doesn't sound fine.
As long as it's actually there and clearly defined.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Well, assuming it like it's basically the difference between a sine wave and then a sine wave with the second harmonic on top, right? If you were to compare those two things side by side, the sine wave, in my opinion, all right, this is an opinion, but it's based on what I've experienced and what I've heard on subs. The sub feels way more defined on the instrument that just has the sine wave there. I'm not saying that you can't get the sub to sound defined with the second harmonic, but it requires you to be conscious about it and, keep it in mind. It's one of those things where like if you want your subwoofer to flex, like a subwoofer, a sine wave is going to hit that way nicer than like two sine waves that are next to each other or closer to each other. And even then, it's one of those things where like as soon as you add that second harmonic, there's like this balance of energy between the two harmonics, right? So like the first harmonic, which is the fundamental, you want it to be as far as a bass goes, you want that to be extremely there. Like you want it to be very prevalent and very well heard. So as soon as you start adding that second harmonic, if it goes anywhere near as loud as that fundamental, you're essentially just stealing all the energy away from that fundamental. So that's why I would say avoid it, but real is right. Okay. Just because you should avoid it doesn't mean that it's not good. Okay. It's kind of like, a piece of candy, like you shouldn't eat it and it's not good for you, but every once in a while.
I'm about to go get a piece of candy. Actually, I just ate 2 oranges straight off the tree.
Nature's candy. There you go.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I think we might have yapped on this track a little bit too much.
Sorry, we yapped so hard. We yapped beyond. Thank you guys. Thank you for your patience. Super cool song. I hope you guys keep doing these collabs. It seems fun. I'll bet you guys had a fucking blast making this. Ooh, piece of candy. Yes, exactly.
Probably had more fun making this song than I do making my music. That's for sure.
Holy shit. Look who's up next. Hang on a second here, lads. I got to get the questions in here because we need to know.
Ochre and Cheese.
Yeah, it's the raccoon, our resident raccoon.
Hold on, let me put the volume back to where it was for listening, and I'm going to step away for this one.
Yep. Here we go, lads. It's about to be hokey. A little bit hokey in here.
Widespread reports of the infectious X virus.
I don't know why Excision was playing, but sorry. He wasn't lying. Okay? He wasn't lying.
What was he not lying about?
Worst song of my fucking life copy.
I feel like he was lying.
I mean,
I'm
don't tell him that.
Positive.
Don't
he has
tell him
made
that.
worse songs.
You're gonna inflate his ego too much, okay? You gotta help him out here. I'm just kidding. I feel like what's wild is every time Hokie asks questions, maybe not every time, but I feel like this is a theme that I've noticed. It's like he knows what he needs to do, but he's just like, do I really need to do these things? And then he comes in here and is like, guys, I think I wanted to do these things, but I need you to make sure that, I really need to do these things. And I'm over here like, yeah, dude, you know, Hokie, you're fucking locked the fuck in. Bro, I appreciate you asking these questions because I feel like it also helps other people understand what you're thinking. But let me answer your questions here. Is it? I think it's me who's flexing first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you are correct.
All right. Does the back half of the track lose the plot / flow of the original idea too much? No. I think you know that it doesn't. I feel like it's hokey, it's fucking, what I wanted, it's what I expected, and you delivered the expectation, which is, a fucking flex. Overall, does the sound design feel like it needs more variation and different harmonics to make it more interesting throughout? Once again, no. I feel like you literally tickled all of the neurons in my brain in a way where I was excited, happy, jovial even. You had me really hyped, all right? And now for the third question, which I think is the most telling. I feel like I was struggling to get the drums to punch through properly. Do we feel like I need a more aggressive sidechain? And I think you know the answer, but I'm going to tell you, it is yes. Absolutely, it needs some help there. That kick felt like it was just a wet fart, and we need not wet farts. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, it wasn't even a wet fart. It was kind of like one of those farts where like you have to work, you're working to get that out, right? All right, it wasn't that bad, but I'm trying to help you understand that, I don't know, I didn't really even feel the kick very much. I feel like it was lost in all the cool sound design, which I loved, and the bass, which I loved, especially the sub. The sub was clean, but I didn't feel the kick punch through the sub, stick its head out and say, hey, and then go back to fucking crazy raccoon noises. So, with all that being said, fucking awesome work, dude. I fucking love these songs. Just keep making all of this. Worst fucking song of your life, for sure, 100%. That's a wrap. That's all I have to say. Dino, up to
Hello,
you.
Hokie. Thank you for making music that makes subwoofers sing. So when we talk about bass music, and someone was talking about bass music's too generic of a term for music, because like all music contains bass in one form or another. I mean, not all music, but like ideally all music contains bass in one form or another. But like some music is like bass music, right? You know what I'm saying? And like my sub was singing over here. And so if anyone else is trying to make like bass music that makes subwoofers sing, reference Hokie's music, because it always does. And in fact, I play Hokie's music on the speakers without the sub. I'm just a single speaker when I'm out here sweeping the pool. Throughout the week, I just bring out one speaker, hook it up to the phone, and play the Hokie unreleased bass music 2025 mix. Which is fire, by the way. Question 1, does the back half of the track lose the plot flow of the original idea too much? No, but you could switch them, because I feel like the second half of the track is less energetic than the first half of the track, and I feel like we're always trying to build energy in a track rather than like lose energy, especially in this kind of music. But that's just like my opinion. 2, overall, does the sound design feel like it needs more variation and different harmonics to make it more interesting throughout? Let's see. I felt like the high frequencies were a little bit too cluttered sometimes. I agree with Magdut in that. Okay, so I agree with Magdut that the kick needs work, but not for the reasons that Magdut feels like the kick needs work. Because I feel like the interplay between the kick and the bass was fine, but it was just so busy in the top end that you like, and especially if you're using like a zippy transient boy kick, which you should be in this kind of genre. Like, I felt it was a little lost. So maybe you can move all of the frequencies out of the way for the kick rather than just the bass. And when I say move them, like I mean like fucking move them, right? And then I guess that answers question 3. Do you feel like I need more aggressive sidechain? Yeah, probably for the high end. Yeah. But the interplay for the bass and the kick was just fine for me. And I was standing 5 meters away, 15 feet. I had you turned up a little bit more than I turn everyone else up. But
I'm glad you said something, because keep in mind I'm using my open back planar magnetic headphones, which don't really have a sub built into them, do they? So that's fucked.
No, and I hate to call back to a different track, but when we were discussing the second harmonic, I feel like the reason why the second harmonic is kind of like shunned or frowned upon is because it's right in the crossover range. And so if you just have a clearly defined like sub sitting in its own area and just that signal is making it to the subwoofer, it hits harder. And I feel like Hoki's a pretty good example of like what range you can play with that sine wave in, with that sub bass, like how far up and down you can take it, as long as it's clean and separated out from everything else.
Yeah, let's just if we can for a second, let's just look at mini meters. All right, just look at the shape of what is happening here. All right, I'm gonna play like maybe 5-10 seconds of this. Dude, you can see there's this nice hole here. Obviously, it's not like a big hole, but it's enough to like,
It's scooped for sure.
I fucking love that shit, dude. It just sounds so fucking good.
And the rest of the frequencies are full. You know what I'm saying?
And
They're
you saw
full.
the pitch bends. You saw. Well, I guess there was only one there. I think that played while I was playing that section.
there's pitch bends throughout the whole thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're clearly defined. This track was removed.
William, DM me this. Let me make sure.
No.
Let me make sure that it's not just
William Fancy Pants.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, William. DM me. Your song, brother.
And so just to get back into Hoki,
Sorry.
I always appreciate hearing his music, just because like, and I was telling Magda this earlier before we got on the stream, like, I know the music I make sounds great on my little system here, but that's because I make music that's geared towards like my little system, and you make music that is also for systems. So like if your target audience is like listening to it on a system, then that's generally, like it's a good idea to follow like those bass conventions of. But then again, if you're talking about like being on like a super tuned balance system that has like 121 for every 2 18s, for every 4 15s, for every 8 freaking 10s or 12s or 8s or whatever, then like, yeah, you can play the second harmonic all you want, because like no matter, like all the frequencies are getting out of that system no matter what. Like, but yeah, if you're just making and then also like the second harmonic thing, like if there's no fundamental, if there's no 0 octave or first harmonic, where there's just nothing represented in there, then yeah, play the second harmonic, or else you're not gonna be able to hear any bass frequencies at all. Like the reason you do that is so that you can actually hear the lower stuff. But anyway, I'm yapping again. Are we ready to move on? Did old William get your track up to him? To you?
Let's see. Did you send it to me? William, here, I'll just send a message in stream feedback so that we can just click on my picture and then send me the link, and I'll just say, yo, send it. Hang on a second here. We're gonna skip you for now, but as soon as you send it, I will play it as the next track. Okay. Thank you, good sir. All right. Track 179, D&B. We got Gib. Oh, looking a little wet. Oh, by the way, I just need to say thank you, Hoki, as always, dude. Fucking insane.
Yeah, keep coming back, bro.
Please, dude. Every time I hear your tracks, I'm inspired by. I'm sorry. I need to say this. Your tracks are a perfect example of how you can be minimal, but still maximize the experience. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking sick.
There's,
All right.
there was really only like 3 or 4 elements in that track, right?
Oh yeah.
There was a clearly defined bass. There was a clearly defined mid. There was clearly defined high, and then there was drums. So we could use a little more clearly defining, but yeah,
Yeah. Well, anyway, thank
Crazy.
you, Gib. Time
Thank
for
you,
some of that DMB vibe. Let's get it.
So tell me why I had this track turned down quite a bit from where Hokies was, but more bass came out of it, and not in a great way. I'm sorry, but let's talk about the things I did like. For actually, let's just address question 1. You might have gone too far back on the high end. It feels very muted and subdued and dark, which is okay for neurofunk, but it sounds like you're going for that 4/4 DNB feel, which is like all the hotness right now, like that. Oh, what's that guy's name that does the TikTok remixes of like car sounds and the wheels on the bus and all that kind of stuff with the round glasses? You know what I'm talking about? I feel like you could
I know
probably
who you're
reference
talking
it.
about. Yes, but I don't know his name. By the way, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll yap for a while then. So yeah, you might have gone a little bit too far back on this because it feels a little muted and subdued, which is not the idea when you're trying to make super aggro drum and bass. And then let's see, question 2. I feel like the song structure doesn't flow as well as it should. There's plenty of automation on. That's the DNB guy, Vengeant. Yeah, I was thinking Gent, but Gent's a guitar like technique or genre, I guess. Metal, yeah, Vengeant. He makes this kind of music a lot, from what I understand. I feel like the structure doesn't flow as well as it should. There's plenty of automation on the buildup of each drop, but I feel like it's not cohesive with the drop. Have I given away too much of the drop already or not hinted enough of what's to come? Any suggestions for structure specifically in this case? Yeah, sometimes removing things in order to bring them back is like a really cool move. And once again, like I'm gonna harp on this a lot. There's a lot of bass in this track. There is, I mean, like, silence is music too. um Especially with like drum and bass, like if you listen to like the really strong drum and bass stuff, like there's like syncopations and there's silences and there's moments where there's no bass so that you could get the bass back. If there's just always bass, then it becomes fatiguing to listen to, and that's, I mean, yeah, that's my opinion, but I think that a lot of people hold that opinion. If you're just always being bombarded with a sine wave all the time, like it loses its appeal pretty quick. And so yeah, kind of pulling back on those things. And let's see, synth progression. The second drop is clearly 4/4. Have I done enough with changing the placement of the sounds to warrant a progression? Should I also include changes in the timbre rhythm notes to give a satisfying different second drop outside of the drum rhythm change? Any feedback on this would be appreciated. I'm going to make the same argument here. If you're going to go 4/4, especially at 178 BPM, you no longer need a neuro noise bass as a sustain that you're side chaining out, kind of like and the side chain on this track could be way better too. Like it could be like, yeah. And I don't mean to sound harsh or mean or rude or anything, but like, because I really love the sound design in here. Your neurofills and your automation and your modulation is like, it's on point. It's really good. I wish I had the patience to do this kind of stuff. I just don't. But like, it just gets to be too much sometimes. It gets to be a little bit much. And again, that's like my opinion, man. If you wanna blast your listeners with a whole bunch of, because like there's, if you're playing like a neurofunk set like circa 2012 to 2016, like this would slot right in. Like it has all of the sound design elements, it has all of that kind of stuff, but it would be a brick wall of bass in a sea of like rhythmic flow, if that makes sense. Does it need a vocal? I mean, maybe like a vocal chop, like a one shot occasionally, but like someone singing on top of it doesn't make sense to me. It's not like liquid drum and bass or anything. This is that 4/4 roller type stuff. And if you're looking for, I mean, you're making drum and bass, you're making 4/4 drum and bass. If you're not familiar with Stranger, you should probably look up Stranger. That might be your best bet as far as like actual, I mean, he's more in like the jungle realm, neurofunk realm. But this is like neurofunk adjacent, I think. I don't know. I just know this is like 4/4. Yeah, if you did do a vocal, a hip hop vocal, a chopped up hip hop vocal would be like the move forward, in my opinion. But yeah, just like the one thing that like you should definitely focus on is take, like, so to answer question 1, it's too dark. You muted it a little bit too much. To answer question 2, take some frequencies away to give us some frequencies back, right? And then question 3, again, take some frequencies away. Maybe even like reference like gabber music, hardcore music, to where the bass is literally just the kick, and that's the bass content of the track. Especially because you're in, what is this track, like 179? Like,
dude, the gabber idea there, that's like so fucking big brain. I'm just saying, like, I fully agree with Dino there. Like hardcore, this is like that moment is hardcore adjacent for sure.
yeah. But yeah, and then no vocals. And if you are gonna do a vocal, like a little one shot chop, like a kind of thing, just something that's like rhythmic, and treat it more like a percussive element than an actual singing vocal. If I were to do it, that's a way you could add more mid and high end frequencies. But I don't think you'll need that once you dial in your high end. Like once you get those frequencies back that you filtered out to oblivion, like once you bring those bad boys back, you're not gonna need it. You're not gonna want it. It's like everything's here that you need. You just need to give it space and room to breathe. But yeah, no, like I said, I really like the sound design on this track. I can see the vision. It's a very sick vision. There were some places where the switch ups felt like they could use maybe like a little bit of like impact effects, that kind of stuff, transition effects. So you're right about that. But you need to make space for those things. And the thing that's taking up a lot of space right now is your low end element as it bleeds higher up the registers. But yeah, that's what I got. Also, guys, questions. When you write questions, this is how you write fucking questions. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Thank you.
That's true. These are some S tier questions. All right. So, obviously I didn't hear everything that Dino said, but I'm just gonna let you know what I think. As far as your overall mix, and like dealing with basically harsh frequencies. I agree with Dino in the sense that, yeah, I think that there's a little bit too much of just the legato subnotes. Even if you do stuff like, as I shouldn't say it's simple, but just even if you cut those sub notes like slightly shorter, just to give like moments even of silence, even that can go like a really, really long way, instead of just having like the constant legato note into legato note. And it's just basically like a never ending sub, experience, which I agree. Yeah. It's with Dino here. It's not going to feel as impactful, right? It's not going to feel as like, holy crap, this is heavy, this is dope. Like it's harder to get that feeling if you don't have like you don't need a lot of dynamics, but the difference between silence and not silence is pretty big. And I think that that's something you should be conscious of when you're designing your bass arrangements. As far as harshness though, so like this is going to go, that's just like mix related stuff that's going to be low end problem, but high end frequency related issues, I do agree. I think you kind of overdid the softening of the harshness here, but so this is how I approach it, and it's something that I've been very conscious of recently, as I had a bit of a fiasco where I posted 2 harsh songs back to back for Feef. Okay, I felt super embarrassed, but apart from the fact that I had kind of worn my ears out when I went to mix down the track, I learned that the best way to deal with harshness is not to not push the distortion the way it needs to be pushed, but to push the distortion further than it needs to go, or maybe further than it needs to go and then a little bit back, and then try and control your frequencies after the fact. Because what matters more is that you're getting the timbre that you want, and it's just a little bit harsh, right? Like, and I say a little bit harsh, obviously if it's like stupidly harsh, then it's going to be more of an issue. But if it's a subtle bit of harshness, I would recommend dynamically addressing it. I feel like in this track, I don't think you went for a dynamic approach. It feels like you kind of just like filtered out a bunch of frequencies or EQ'd out a bunch of frequencies. What I would recommend doing is, obviously like the first jump in my head is towards soothe, but I don't think you really necessarily need soothe to address this issue. You can do stuff like dynamic EQ. You can also use the Air Windows plugin that Owl showed me 3 weeks ago, called Air 4. And it's just so good. If you just look up Air 4, Air Windows, it should pop up with a video that talks about what it does, and that fucking tool is awesome. It's basically a slew clipper, so it's essentially clipping the highest frequencies in your track, but in a way where they have to go above a certain threshold in order to actually be clipped. So it's just a nice way to like deal with like the really outrageously loud, high, harsh frequencies without like nuking everything else that's not too loud. But yeah, so dynamic EQing though would be the first thing, and then maybe after that, dynamic multiband compression. Well, I guess by definition, compression is dynamic, but you get what I'm saying. I would dynamically approach this issue and be as subtle as you can with each step of the process. You know, like if it's going to take you, let's say, for example, if you had Soothe, I'm not saying you did, but let's say you had Soothe. If it's going to take you multiple, it's better to have multiple soothes doing different things than one soothe doing like a big massive thing. So, if you're using multiband compression and dynamic EQing, for example, what I would recommend you do is do subtle amounts of both of those things to achieve the final goal of making it less harsh. Rather than just relying on like that one EQ cut or whatever to create that smoothing or soothing or whatever you want to call it. So that's my answer to your first question. Second question, I feel the song structure doesn't flow as well as it should. Yeah, I mean, you kind of, I think, know what you want to do here. Like, I feel like you know that you gave away too much. You know, I think that you realize that. So you're right. But also, as Dino had suggested, more impact effects, white noise sweeps, fucking silence before the drop. Silence goes so fucking hard, dude. A lot of people like don't realize how even just a small little tiny moment of silence before your drop, it's just like all of a sudden you're going from nothing to everything. It's just this fucking massive, just wake the fuck up kind of vibe, which everybody likes. At least I enjoy. I know I like it, a lot of heavy bass music. Yeah, you could also just try doing things like maybe if I was, this kind of ties into your fourth question a little bit. If I was going to add vocals, I would actually use some kind of like fill vocals or like, like turnaround vocals, where you got some guy who's going like Rastafari and then just drops into like the D&B or whatever, right? Like that kind of shit. I definitely would not layer vocals on top of like the drops though. I definitely think that the drops are more than full. As far as the arrangement goes, I don't really think you need to add a whole lot there. And then your third question here, synth progression. The second drop is clearly 4/4. Have I done enough with changing the placement of sounds to warrant a progression? Yeah, it felt like the same thing, but with a weird drum issue. I wouldn't say like the drums were bad, but because you basically had the same exact thing as the first drop, but with the 4/4 drums, it just didn't feel cohesive. I don't want to say it felt rushed because I don't think it's really that, but it didn't feel like the two things wanted to work together. So yeah, I really liked Dino's suggestion. I didn't even think about it until you said it, but you're right. Gabber and hardcore or happy hardcore or any of that kind of stuff. Obviously happy hardcore isn't quite the theme here, but that style of speed, 4 on the floor, just kick, all of that is like a great reference for what you're trying to do here, especially at the speed you're trying to do it. So those are my thoughts. I kind of answered the fourth question. I think that you do not need really a vocal, but some vocal fills could be cool. I think that would be a nice way to enhance the transitions of your track. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Definitely a fun song. I agree with Dino. Sound design's crazy. I also have been a little bit less patient with Nero sound design, so I applaud you for that. I would say just reference. I think if you held this track up to any of the tracks that you enjoy that are Nero-based D&B, you would realize very quickly that this is a little bit more bass heavy and not in a good way. It's like the tilt EQ where like you've cut out some of the highs and you've boosted some of the lows is what it kind of feels like. So yeah, just reference, man. Listen to Noisia track or something. I don't know who. This
is what Beats by Dre sound like on Not Beats by Dre.
Exactly. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's accurate. So anyway, yeah, reference. I know I tell everybody to reference, but it helps. If you just heard a song that's a banger that you love, and then you play your song and you're like, ooh, this is not the same. You'll start to, I think, realize certain things about your track that you should focus on, especially when it comes to mixing and mastering. But anyway. Thank you for your track, Gib. Let me see if has William sent me his track. I think he did. Yes, he did. He sent me the song. Hopefully this works.
Are you gonna play Real's track after Williams?
I'm gonna play Reels last. He asked me very politely if I would save him for last, so we're going to save him for last.
So that means everyone's gonna stick around for Reels track, right?
I think so. Poyo should maybe. Poyo, come on,
Poyo
you got to
won't.
stick around.
Poyo's gonna hook it up to the sound system at his work, and all the women doing yoga are gonna hear Reels track,
Exactly.
and they're gonna get. I'm not gonna say what's gonna happen to them after they hear Reels music.
Exactly. And yes, I'm sorry, Poyo, you did miss the window, but we appreciate you being here. I'm very, very thankful that you're here. We're about to listen to William's track, Babylon. Babylon? I think Babylon, technically, right? Yeah. All right, let's get it.
Okay. All right, hold on. Before we get started, we have William here in the chat. William, how long have you been producing for, brother? Can I get a response to this question before Magdo goes into it?
That is a good question to ask.
Yes. I will await your response.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'll just mess around. William.
Aging William.
Is he there? Maybe I've put him to sleep already.
Just picking it back up again. Okay. So fair to say, not very long. Is that fair?
I'd say that's a good assessment. So you started in 2018 for like a year or two. You're just picking it back up again. Okay. So, first of all,
Go ahead, man. Good.
let's answer the questions, and then if I really feel like it, I might give you some pointers. I think I should, but let's just focus on the questions first. So, how do I get more separation between the intro and the drop? That's a great question. The best ways that I can suggest to you, the first thing that I always think of is removing frequencies during the intros and other sections that aren't meant to be as energy filled. So to do that, the thing that I would do, assuming you're in Ableton, this might be more beneficial, but it really doesn't matter what DAW you're in. If you just grab an EQ like this, you just maybe bring it up here. Perfect. If you take low frequencies and high frequencies out, right? Maybe not this aggressively, but the idea here is during the intro, if you kind of have like a little bit of a bandpass feel to it, and you don't even have to be this aggressive, right? Like you could even be stuff like this. But by removing these frequencies during that period of time, and especially automating it over time to slightly open up, and then at the very end kind of jump to just being turned off to like full loudness, you can create this feeling of a rising in tension and then the release of tension when you turn off that little bit of a bandpass. You can do the same exact thing with things like width. So in Ableton, we have this wonderful tool called the utility. I'm sure other DAWs have this too, but you can essentially reduce width as you get closer to that drop section that you're wanting to create this feeling of, change. And then as soon as you get to the very first downbeat of the drop, you essentially just reset this and, whoops, didn't mean to do that. You reset this and then, it's back to being like full width again. And then of course the last little trick here is you can, just turn down the volume a little bit, maybe have the song, I just want to make sure this is visible. Maybe have the song doing something like this where you've got, a -8 dB kind of thing happening here. And it just starts going up in volume, and then maybe at the very last second, you jump it back up to 0, right? And all of these little subtle things, when combined in subtle ways, create this illusion or feeling of a release in tension. And all of those things require no, like, adding of stuff, right? Like, you don't have to, like, add an instrument or change anything with the arrangement. Obviously, by adding some things, you can increase that feeling even more. But I would say understanding those three fundamental things are way more valuable than like adding a white noise sweep or adding a crash cymbal or adding like all whatever arrangement thing you want to add, right? I would say that those three things far exceed the addition of other elements, because at the end of the day, you're creating that feeling without them, right? You're creating that feeling of like the release without actually needing all of these other things. Exactly. And I think that's why I like the bandpass, because you're kind of like doing a little bit of both, right? I'm sorry, I was just reading.
You got both. You got both in that.
Exactly. But you're right. You're very right. Dino did a great job of explaining what the high pass and low pass, what feeling it creates. Anyway, so that is my answer to your first question. Second question, do you usually use a limiter on each bass layer separately? I actually don't use a lot of limiters. I use clippers, but I think it is always worth compressing or limiting or doing some kind of dynamic control on everything. Every individual instrument, and then at every bus level, and then at every, level after that, right? It's always good to have some kind of dynamic control over everything in your track, because at the end of the day, we're making loud music, or at least loud music, air quotes. The thing about loud music is that it needs to be dynamic enough to feel like there's some dynamics in there, but you don't want it to be very dynamic. The goal is to kind of have, like, for example, your sub is supposed to hit kind of the same level at the given note, right? Like, so if it goes from like an F note to an A note, you want that F and A note to feel kind of similar. You want them to feel like they're hitting at the same vibe or volume, even if the A note needs to actually be a lower level to be like hitting that same kind of energy level. Anyway, long story short, the answer is no, but yes. So it's not always a limiter, but like I just said, any kind of dynamics control is worth doing on everything in your track. Whether it's a kick drum or a vocal or a bass or a, weird little FX thing in the background, all of those things being dynamically controlled will help you out later on in your mix. As to whether or not I think you should focus on that, I'm going to be honest with you. I would not focus on that. I would focus on mainly bus processing right now. Maybe even so far as just putting a limiter on your master fader or a clipper on your master fader and calling it a day. I would focus not so much on that right this moment, especially given that you're more or less new. Obviously you're not totally new, but I don't think that your time would be best spent doing those things. I would focus more on the first question type stuff, figuring out arrangement.
We got bigger fish to fry than limiters right now.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. And that's my opinion. Okay, you can do whatever you want, but I'm just letting you know my honest thoughts on that and its importance. Now, the third question: are the percussion and hi-hat rhythms uncomfortable to the ear in some parts? I wouldn't say anything was really quote unquote uncomfortable. As far as like, I assume you're talking about like harshness or something along those lines. I didn't really notice anything that was like super harsh or out of control. But I think the biggest thing is that it felt repetitive. Okay, so when it came to the rhythms, the uncomfortable aspect wasn't from like harshness or frequency issues or things like that. It was more from the fact that there wasn't an evolution to what's going on, right? So I feel like throughout the song, and maybe I can prove myself wrong, but let's just see how it sounds by me just jumping around a few times and whether or not it all feels the same or not.
I will leave my mark on this planet.
Yeah, so you can see that hi-hat's just doing that tick, 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 right? It's like only doing that the whole time. Having some like triplet. Oh, wait, this is the wrong song. Oh, thank goodness you fucking said something. What a god. Okay, so it sounds like you used a loop. There's nothing wrong with that. It sounds like you used a loop. I would say that's okay, but what I would recommend you do is use the loop to create your own loop of hi-hats and then expand upon the ones that are there. Because the fact that you're using this loop, it's almost like there's not enough variation between even just like the beginning and end of a phrase. So by
It
that,
also
I mean,
it also falls in and out of time in sections of the track. Sorry.
No, you're
I
right.
don't mean to interrupt.
You're right. It definitely feels weird, and not in like a way that's extremely obvious, but as I was listening back to it, it's like immediately obvious that it's a loop. Which again, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Loops are cool, but my recommendation to you is at the earlier stages to not rely on loops as much. Use them to get an idea, right? So like look at this hi-hat loop, for example, and maybe pick and choose your own hi-hats to make that exact same pattern with, okay? And then after you've done that, then you can go in and mess around with that pattern slightly and try and understand like why that loop is exciting for you. And after you establish the understanding of that, then you can start kind of using these loops more freely, I think, and actually benefit from the loop itself. But until then, I find that the loops don't really help you, or at least they didn't help me, understand how to make a drum groove sound interesting, for example. I don't think that they will help you figure that out. But by reverse engineering the loops, you will figure that out. So the other thing that I can suggest to you, are you an Ableton, William? Are you an Ableton gang member? I'm assuming that you are, but I'd like to just hear it. Actually, you know what? You don't really even need to be an Ableton gang member to know this. I think for styles of music like this, the Underbelly You Suck at Drums production videos, there's like 4 or 5 videos, are extremely helpful for understanding what it means to create a drum groove that evolves over time. It's not something that was really apparent to me and obvious until I watched those videos, and then it became like super obvious and simple and easy to understand, which I appreciate Underbelly for doing that for us. So I would recommend looking up You Suck at Producing, You Suck at Drums, and obviously there's like 4 or 5 videos, and they are extremely entertaining, and they're also really well made to help you build a really dynamic and exciting arrangement. And these kinds of tracks kind of revolve around the drums, so that's why I'm thinking you should really focus on getting your drum grooves right, getting your drums to like really feel dynamic and interesting and and growing them over time, right? Like having 2 variations between like a certain energy level and a higher energy level. Okay, cool. So you've even seen some of his videos. Yeah, he's a really funny and entertaining person, and I think that he does a good job of explaining drums. But those are my thoughts.
Imagine being new to producing, and someone's like, "Hey, go watch You Suck at Producing."
Yeah, I know, and I'm not trying to be mean. Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean either. It's just that guy. Yeah, Underbelly makes really, really entertaining content that's also very educational. So
I couldn't help but think when you were talking about reverse engineering the loop, the one thing that came to mind was the copy paste of the goat farmer. Like, I have no time to produce music, what with all the goat farming and whatnot.
Yeah, for real. That's true. But I think it's important to understand the goat farming to like really appreciate, I don't know, like the goat cheese, right, or whatever it is, or in this case, like the drums, the skin for the drums. Yeah, it's a little bit more dark, isn't it, when you start talking about it like that? But yeah, I think it's hard to appreciate it unless you understand that process. That's my opinion, though.
So I have to actually open up the thing. Okay, how do I get more separation between the intro and the drop, like the volume impact dynamics wise? It felt flat when switching sections. So as Maggie suggested, you could build you can build and remove by doing effects. But I think in this case, especially with what you have going here, maybe melodically building would be a better idea, or would be a good thing. So that's an idea. You can build up melodically, add in a note here and there, crescendos, decrescendos, that kind of stuff, flourishes, etc. Question number 2. I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. We're not there yet. As far as like our productions go, I just that's not something you should be concerning yourself with at this particular moment. That's
limiter on the master. There you go, bro. That's about it.
But and the person to talk to you about that kind of stuff is Mag Do It, because I do bus level limiters, and yeah, that's it. I don't go like that crazy with it, but my music on the Natch hits like -8 to -6, so, but it's and that's without trying to push anything. And that's loud enough for me. I don't feel the need to go any louder. And I feel like with this genre, or what this kind of vibe you're going for, like that jazz step kind of, like I called it whiskey and cigar music in the chat. You don't need to go loud. Like if people want to listen to this loud, they'll just turn their shit up. And the people who are listening to this have like, they're wearing headphones like what Magdu is wearing right now. They're not listening to it on their fucking cell phones. They're sitting down in their lazy boy armchair listening to this on a vinyl press that they got exclusive because there was a run of 50 from Bandcamp or what the fuck ever, and they're playing it through their fucking plinth fucking vinyl turntable that has an emerald needle tip or some shit like
Ruby, but
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm being a little fucker.
But yeah. And then so let's really address question 3 here though. Is this is where I felt like we were committing the most sins against music. There was times where not just the hi-hats and the percussions, they were so incohesive that it became jarring. It's hard to catch a rhythm and a groove and a bop when it's not like perfectly in sync. And Magduit brought up a really good point. You could always reverse engineer the clip the loop that you're using, That's usually the best way to do things is find samples that and it wasn't a loop selection, like it wasn't a timbre problem, it was a timing problem for me. The timbre was fine. All of your timbres matched from the bass to the drums to the sax brass, whatever that was.
The
like
theme
it
was
all
established. The theme was fully established perfectly
all
too.
of that was good, even with the water and the wind at the end, like the outro, like all of that worked really well. It was just the timing of things that didn't work so well for me. And like, if you're talking about like getting super niche into like this kind of rhythmic stuff, like this, and this is not. Listen to more drum and bass. Listen to more like really
IDM.
slowed down,
I'm
like
just kidding.
halftime. Yeah, yes, IDM too. Yeah.
No, don't
Like-
listen to IDM if you want to get something slow and relaxing. But yeah, I think it's actually healthy to understand rhythmic stuff.
But the rhythmic component of it, and what does Ben Jordan call it? Sequential drumming kind of thing would go really hard here. To where you only have like one sound hitting at a time, like that kind of, I don't know if you know what acid jazz is. It's like a Brazilian house genre, where it's like 125 to 135 BPM house music that uses like jazz samples, and often it's performed live, like with an actual band, like with an upright bass player, a vocalist, and a drum set, piano. Usually piano, sometimes Rhodes. And so yeah. So the timing is where to the point where it was almost jarring. Can we get the last quarter, Magda, of the track? Keep it going. What was that? There was like a closed kind of hat that just double hit out of nowhere and it might have been like the loop resetting or something. I don't know what it was, but like that happens a lot in this track. Something else that I noticed is your bass levels. And I can see where you're coming at with question 2 as far as like getting your bass levels and everything lined up. Can we get like the first third of the track where there's a lot of like bass stuff going on? This feels like a completely...
And that's a second harmonic moment that I think is not good, personally. But that's an opinion.
Yeah. It feels like a completely different track from the rest of the track. And those sounds are 100% usable. They are... That contrast, that blend of organic and inorganic sounds together can work. And it can be very subversive, and it can be... and it can be like in my opinion, that's the definition of like filth and nastiness and gnarliness, is when you have that juxtaposition of really clean and organic sounds with like really gnarly and artificial sounds, right? And that subversion of expectations, like that's cool. But you generally want to have those be fill sounds rather than lead in bass sounds, right? And so if you're going to do something like that, you have your do 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 do, and then it's at the end of the bar or whatever, like just to fill, you know. And yes, that is how I produce my music. I sit there and go wah 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 into a microphone, and then I record it, and then I layer samples on top to get the flow right.
Dude,
sometimes I don't even layer samples. Sometimes I just throw a sub bass under it, and that's it. But anyway, brother, I appreciate the submission of the track. I definitely enjoy the vision. It's within my sphere of the kind of music that I make, like the really mellow and relaxed, but like kind of not music. Yeah. and I liked it a lot. It was a good submission. And I see that you're on Ableton 10. Brother, there is 2 whole new versions since then. And you might be doing yourself a favor. She literally goes from smooth jazz to nasty dubstep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Anyway.
the most impressive thing, in my opinion, about what you have here is that you have a theme that works, right? Which is huge.
A lot of people who have been producing for a long time do not get that level of cohesion. They don't have a vision or a motif that they're able to stick with, and their sound selection doesn't fulfill the purpose of of the message they're trying to convey, which I feel like you definitely got that here. It's just maybe the placement of them and the timing of them and where they sit in the overall like phrase of like the phrases of the track is maybe just not 100% there yet.
Yeah, I thought of a reference that could be interesting. I'm going to just shout the name out just in case William doesn't know about this person. But there's an artist named Leet, Leet, and he makes a lot of really gross, almost lo-fi, but also beautiful, weird, glitchy hip-hop stuff. And I think that...
Yeah, there's also the homie Woken Ken from the Discord here. He makes stuff that is not necessarily...
I would say that his stuff is dope, and I do agree. But it's less dark.
Different. Yeah, it's different, but it's that same like melodic jazz with electronic elements sprinkled in.
Yes.
Like it's definitely, yeah. But anyway, I appreciate the track.
Yeah, thank you, William. That was sick. I'm glad you got that in. Yeah. And now you know to share the share link, and it's a dangerous task trying.
Yeah, we're not usually this understanding or forgiving with broken links.
No,
especially
we're
if it's
we're pretty fine.
If it's regular, we're like, nah, fuck it. You're not getting your track played at all, fam.
Yeah, unless it's Poyo. If Poyo does it, then we might have to like not listen to it. You know.
Yeah, I draw the line. With
only because
Jim
he's
Bro.
so hip. You know, he's been doing this for fucking ever. So there's no excuse. All right, zero excuse for.
Yeah.
Poyo's
And then
here.
also, William, show up on Sundays and Thursdays at 9:00 Eastern for the flock flip. That's a really good way to get everything, like just to flex those various muscles and to be forced to use samples in ways that you otherwise wouldn't use. Like if you're trying to level up your sample usage game, a flock flip is for sure the best way to do it, if you ask me. When's the next flock flip, Magduit?
Sunday.
What time?
Sunday at 9:00 Eastern Standard Time is when we start what we call the cook up of samples for the flock flip.
Yeah. And that one is Blonde's Day, right?
I believe so. And if Blonde isn't there, I'll try and fill in. But as of right now, it looks like Blonde can do it, which I'm super grateful for. And yeah, he's an absolute G for doing that for us. But yes. And Thursdays. So I usually do Thursdays. Blonde does Sundays. Same time, same place. 9:00 Eastern.
And if you feel like staying up to from midnight to 3 a.m, there's usually some homies in the Discord. That's when all us old heads get together and start making music. Like we will gladly backseat a track for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, and making old people noises. You know, that's also something we're pretty good at.
Whiskey and cigar music.
Exactly. Anyway, yes, thank you, William. We appreciate your track. That was dope. All right, next up we got the Distorted Dream. I'm grabbing the questions here, just because we need to have those up here. All right, here we go. Distorted Dream. I wonder what makes it distorted.
Nice.
That was.
Is it my turn, dude?
Loud music. I think so. If not, just
Okay.
Lex, you're up.
All right. How dare you adjust the question so that they make sense to a native English speaker? Mag, do it.
You know what? I'm a what is it? A grammar Nazi? I'm just a grammar Nazi. All right.
Yeah. Does the synth and the drop sound full enough? Absolutely not. Yeah, that's about all I got for that.
Really? Really? Wait, are you being serious? Really?
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
it's too full. I feel like it's like, holy fuck. The whole fucking spectrum is just full and there's no
What's that-
dynamics anywhere.
What's that do to the mix though? Mag, do it. When everything's the same level, does anything stand out?
No, I mean, like, I guess full enough. When someone asks me, is it full enough? I'm like, well, good sir. If this was, oh God, I don't know why this is what came into my mind, but if this was a condom, you broke it, you know? And I don't think that's a good thing. You know, we're trying to be upstanding, you know, citizens here. We don't want unexpected children. You know, too much.
Sure.
Bro.
So let me back up my statements here. In the high end, you really only had that alternating bell thing going. There was a lot of mid-range content, like Trippy Hippie said, and that detracted from the bass and the high. I don't know if you saw me get up and walk away to just check that the bass levels were what they were supposed to be, and they weren't. And it has to do with there's just too much of everything choking everything else out. So Magdu's right. Yes, there's frequencies everywhere, but nothing stands out, and that makes it feel empty, even though it's objectively not. There was a lot of. You're right. There's a lot of distortion, which means there's a lot of noise, which means there's not very much. It doesn't allow it to be clearly defined, right? So yeah. What can I change in the overall mix to make it sound better? How can I make the mix sound cleaner? Well, you cannot distort as much to make the mix sound cleaner. And then for the overall mix, I think Trippy Hippie's onto something here. If you give everything a little bit more like frequency placement, you know, what is it? Frequency separation a little bit better here. Then that would help a lot. Some things to address about the actual track itself. Other thoughts I had. I like the musical aspect of it. I thought the chord progression was nice. Maybe a little bit too spicy for this kind of like electronic music, you know. I generally find that the more brain dead the musical notation is in a track like this, the more it appeals to the masses, which is unfortunate, but that's just the truth. It might have been a little bit too spicy. And then in that same respect, because the chord progression was spicy, the fact that the alternating tinkling high end was not spicy at all, I just kind of felt a little off to me. And then also, it was the only thing that was happening in the high end. Like there was a lot of like upper mids, but there wasn't any true sparkle to the track, in my opinion. Like it was missing the air, the sparkle, and like the twinkly bits, which is kind of hard to get right with distortion, because if you push it too hard, then you're hurting people's ears, and if you don't push it enough, then it sounds a little flat. And yeah, so this track sounded flat to me. I guess is the right way I should have addressed that first question. And then how can you make the mix sound cleaner? Like I said, more frequency separation. Yeah, I can't remember the drums. I know there were drums in here, but I felt like I couldn't really hear them too well. But I could be wrong. Can I just get like a portion of the track, Magdo, just the middle?
Oh, I mean, I'll tell you, there are no dynamics in this song, but we can re-experience that. Is that enough?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want me to play more?
It,
I feel like you can play any part of these drop sections, and you'll realize very
quickly. And it
quickly
would sound the same.
Yeah.
It's the same, yeah.
From a dynamics perspective, yeah.
Yeah, and again, the only high end part that we're really hearing is that alternating tinkling, which is not enough, if you ask me. Or I should say, it doesn't cut through the mix enough. Yeah, I don't know. To make it sound cleaner, just give everything a little more of its own space. Definitely change the volumes a little. Like the sausage waveform is an old joke, but it is at the end of the day a joke. It's not something to be taken seriously. Something you can take seriously here though is maybe like 10 to 12% OTT on the master. No, I'm done. Okay. Now I'm just being
Actually, it's 10 to 12% OTT, but you need 8 of them stacked one after the other. Please don't do that.
You want to take this one away, Magnet?
Yeah. I feel like you really did address all of these in the same way that I would. I mean, the biggest problem. Okay, so I'll just answer the questions. Does the synth in the drop sound full enough? Yes, too full. I feel like it's so full that it essentially just masks everything else in the entire song. But I feel like everything else in the song is also masking on everything else, and masking is similar to what Dino was talking about, the not stereo separation, but frequency separation. So here's the problem. I can tell, I think Dino and I can both tell, there was no EQing done on this song at all. In fact,
no cutting.
Yeah.
No cutting for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say for sure you did not use an EQ on anything. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to put some not real money, some monopoly money on the fact that you did not use a single EQ. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think it shows that you should learn how to use an EQ and start practicing using them because they're great. They're awesome. They're amazing tools that let you sculpt the location and seating or placement of all of your instruments.
Do we have the future music graph that I sent you a while ago?
I think so. The Harmon curve one? No. This
No.
This one.
The one that. Yes.
Yeah. Here, let me get it placed in a way where you can see. So like you can see here how there's a bunch of different instruments. We've got like analog kicks, 909, 808 kicks, right? Drum and bass kicks, drum and bass snare, crash, right? And you have these frequencies where they are sitting. So like here we can see sub bass. Let me move this over a little bit. Sub bass is sitting between 20 hertz and a little under 100. It's kind of accurate. But yeah, it's true. It's true. So like those kinds of things matter. So like having a sub bass that has over 120 hertz, let's say, it makes no sense. Why would you want your sub bass to have over 120 hertz when
it's not even going to go through that? That gets cut at 100 hertz anyway.
Right. But to your point, The idea here is all of these instruments kind of have a specific frequency range where they're sitting. And you don't want a lot of frequencies outside of these ranges. Now, of course, there's always creative ways to kind of venture outside of what's pictured here. But this is a great starting point to understanding where certain things should exist within the frequency spectrum. And I think that if you use EQs to be very aware of certain frequencies not needing to be there. So, for example, if we want to talk about frequencies that don't need to be there, that vocally pad thing, way too bandpassed, and it's also way too mid-heavy. And the problem with that is now that you have this vocally pad taking up all the mid-range, your bass is now feeling like that it doesn't get to be the front row seat. The bass is now no longer, and by bass I mean your mid bass. Your mid bass essentially has to take a step back and accept the fact that it is no longer the lead character because your pad vocal thing is now the lead character. And because you want a song to feel, I assume you want this song to feel like really impactful, you should pick one instrument to kind of be like the lead, this is the sound that is going to be felt the most, at least in the mid-range. And in the context of this track, there is nothing like that because they're all essentially hitting the same level and the same loudness, and they're kind of masking one another. I don't think that in the context of this specific mixdown, I don't think that a pad vocal lead it feels like a lead, but I feel like it's more of like a pad, like an ambient piece. I don't think it earns the position of being the most forward and leading element in the track in comparison to for example, the mid bass in this case. Now, let's go back to these questions. So, does the synth and the drop sound full enough? Too full. I would start being very conscious of like where your frequencies are and how loud they are. Start cutting away things that are unnecessary. Because when you do boost them all like this and you don't cut things away, it starts to sound like, as Dino described it, the joke of the party, which is the brick, you know. And no one wants to be the brick. They just want to, you know, they do want to brick, all right, but just not like the whole track. The whole track does not need to be a brick. Anyway, I think I've run that whole entire concept of frequency splitting and EQing into the ground. There's a wonderful video by mastering.com on YouTube. It's a 10-hour fucking video, but god damn it, it is amazing. It will tell you exactly how to use an equalizer. And if you have the time, anyone out there, not just this gentleman here.
Yeah, and not just the 10-hour EQ class, all of their 10-hour classes.
They're so good.
Fantastic.
It's literally like you're getting a free class from you are getting a free class from a professional mixing and mastering engineer who's making fucking a lot of money off this shit, and is not only making a lot of money, but they have the experience, the credits, all that kind of shit to back up the information that they're saying. And they're doing it in a way that is essentially class-like, if not identical to a class that you would take at a really high-level audio engineering school. So, you know, they're giving you worksheets, they're giving you fucking everything, little practice exam type shit. They literally give you everything you need to be able to understand what it is that you want to know, at least if it's included in their title, right? So they have a video on EQs, they have a video on compressors, they have a video that I didn't know about till recently. Thank you, Colin. He told me that he found that they now have a mixing and mastering video that I'm going to have to venture into, because Lord knows that in and of itself is a whole fucking journey. So, yeah, the 10-hour videos there are amazing, and I think that if you really want to put in the energy, that is the only place that I can adamantly recommend putting in that energy as far as learning how to do certain things, like, in this case, EQ. Now, on to the second question here. Kind of rambled a bit there. How can I change in the overall mix to make it sound better? Let me get rid of this. That was my bad. How can I change the overall mix to make it sound better? So, yeah, we kind of, I'm not going to hammer this one, home harder than we already have. I mean, EQing, compression, limiting, clipping, dynamic control of elements, unmasking, all of these are like buzzwords that you could benefit, researching online if you feel like you have the time. But yeah, EQing for sure would be the first place that I would go. How can I make the mix sound cleaner? This is kind of the same question twice. Slap a soothe on the master. I don't know. Sidechain. There you go. Learn how to sidechain. That would really help this mix out a lot. I feel like your drums are kind of lost. Yeah, volume automation sidechaining, as we discussed earlier. Oh, Norton's telling me that my drivers are out of date. That's fine. Yeah, those are my thoughts, my guy. I really hope that you keep making stuff. I do think that Dino was spot on. You have a vibe here. The theme is there. There's this overarching complexity to the melodic aspect of it. The chord / arrangement evolves nicely over time. But yeah, it does feel... it reminds me of a guitar player who's got their amp turned up too loud. That's kind of the...
Oh, yeah. Was the dream distorted?
Well,
does it make sense now?
Yeah, it is making sense now. And I think he just cranked the amp a little bit too hard, the guy, in the studio asked you to turn it down and you didn't, and now they're just turning you down anyways. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Please learn EQing, dude. You could make such bangers. I feel like you have the idea. It's just the execution, isn't quite there yet, but I don't know how long you've been producing. So yeah, EQing. Learn how to EQ, learn how to use EQ, learn the boost and sweep technique, all that kind of fun stuff. Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. That was a distorted dream, without a doubt. He nailed the title, so we have to give him credit there. All right. Next up, we got Takarakata. All right.
Questions?
I think that these are the questions. Gosh, these questions. Why can no one? Actually, I shouldn't say no.
I'm gonna roast this track because of those questions.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna put these questions up here, but yeah. It sounds like, all right, maybe this is too blunt. All right, please don't take this the wrong way. I feel like
Take it the wrong way.
complexity dropped drastically at like some point around here, like during the last third of the song. Like you had a pretty consistent progression and arrangement, and then like this last sort of third here, I feel like you were overusing that lead synth just a little bit. Is it my turn to go first? I think it is, isn't it?
It is your turn.
All right.
Should
All right. Yeah, we're gonna go a little bit ham here. So how is the mix? It's really not that great. I'm being generous here. It's really not that great. I don't want to be an asshole though. Definitely fix your low end. Any issues with the low end? Oh,
yes.
any issues with the low end? Critical errors, man. There are some serious problems with the low end. There's like no sub, and like the illusion of sub is created by mud in the low mids, but it's like not good. Now I'm gonna try and I'm gonna let you down easy here. You definitely should focus on the sub bass, specifically. Maybe listening to this on a sub. I don't know. Like, I don't know how you could like help someone understand the problem with this unless you're listening to it through a sub or like something with sub. Maybe closed back headphones, Dino. Do you think closed back headphones would help? Not really though, right? Because closed back headphones can give you the illusion of mud.
That would just give you the illusion of sub being there. That's not, because it bounces back and reverberates in the cans.
Yeah, so you really do need a sub to truly understand why this song is so rough. But I mean, I don't have a sub, but I'm using my open backs, but I just know this would sound just like not good. Yeah, focus on your sub. Learn how to create a dedicated sub first, and understand the aspects of sub bass that we were talking about earlier. Less second harmonic, if there even is a second harmonic. I think like all there is the second harmonic, and there is real
Correct,
no
and
fundamental.
it is consistently louder than the fundamental.
Yeah.
Consistent.
Yeah, oh yeah. I don't think there even is a fundamental, honestly. I didn't see one or hear one or feel one or
Towards the end of the track, no, there isn't. It's just that. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, no, yeah. Anyway, you're good. I didn't really notice one. So that's obviously, maybe if there is one I didn't know. Are the vocals fitting well? I actually think that the vocals were the coolest part of the song. I liked the arrangement of them. I think you could have gone a little bit further with like the variation of them. So you have like the rakataka rakata. You could have done like the like something like that, right? You could have done like more variation to what you're doing with the vocals, to kind of push the vibe a little bit further. But yeah, those were probably my favorite part of the track. Other than that, I didn't like the fact that they were whispered though. It's like, I don't really like that. I would prefer like, rokoto, just some very like very high, like
Chill out, Jonathan Davis of Korn. What? Sorry.
Yeah, but anyway, I feel like that would go like harder. But those are all my thoughts. I think that the mix, these questions are very unfortunate. Just because I feel like you should shift your focus slightly. I assumed you designed these sounds, which is cool. So my recommendation to you is if you're going to design sounds, research designing the sounds. Look up like how to create, I don't know, a bass, right, or something, right? How to create a mud pie even would be even more helpful. Heck, you could even go and look up the fractal technique video, and I think that would even help you here. But the reality is, I think that the issues with this mix actually start further than the mix, before the mix. I think that the problem is actually the sounds themselves, which can be fixed. But I think if you're going to design the sounds, which I'm going to say it again, it's fucking awesome. Design your own sounds. If you're designing your own sounds, you're already flexing harder than a lot of people. But if you are going to design your own sounds, you should do some research on how to design sounds that are clean, how to create a sub bass or dedicated sub, or even, like I said earlier, mud pies, things like that. Yeah, this was, I think the idea is so nice, but the execution again is just not quite where I want it to be. But that doesn't mean it's not where you want it to be. So, these are all just opinions. Dino, you're up. Let them know what you think.
Hello. All right, let's address these questions first things first, okay? How's the mix? Not great. Any issues with the low end? Yes. Are the vocals fitting well? It's not hard to have the vocals fit well when they're the only thing that's going. Okay. Now that that's out of the way, so the first half of the track has a lot of sub bass. It's got plenty of sub bass. What it has more of than the sub bass, though, is the second and third harmonic, to where if you look at the mini meters when it's going, the peaks go higher than the sub bass, which is not ideal. And it kind of detracts from the feeling of there being sub bass. I can understand why Magdo was like, oh, there's no bass. There is bass. It's just overshadowed by other things higher up the frequency chain. Which, if you know about the psychoacoustic phenomenon of, I don't know what it's called, but basically when you have frequencies higher up the chain, it gives the illusion of bass. You think there's bass, your brain is piecing it together when there actually isn't. Now, if you're in an environment where you have a felt bass, you can very quickly realize that that's not true. Because I'm hearing bass when I should be feeling bass. So I know that it's not there, or it's not there properly. That being said, how do you fix this issue? Well, first of all, you cut out a lot of that. So I think Magdo hit it pretty good on the head. If you create a dedicated sub, And because it sounded like there was like it was just like hyper saw type thing that you had going. Can I get like just a little bit of the second half? It's a detuned sawtooth, right? Or a unison sawtooth, one or the other. Which basically a unison is multiple detunes of sawtooth. You don't need sub frequencies in that, okay? And it doesn't look like you have very many sub frequencies in that, which is a crying shame because you don't have very many sub frequencies in the second half of the track. I think Magda kind of hit it on the head, like the complexity kind of went away on the second half. Where like the only thing that was producing bass was your kick, which is okay. If you're gonna consistently do that throughout the whole track, and you're not gonna have like a mud mess for the first half. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, dude. I thought that the drum pattern at the end, if it was a loop or not, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. Was the most creative and interesting thing that was happening throughout the track, like the outro, which is not something that should be felt. Like that should not be an opinion that someone should have. You shouldn't get to the outro drum loop and be like, oh damn, this is creative. Like it was rhythmic. Like I feel like that. Can we get the last little drum loop as well? Towards the end, right there. If you had a proper amount of bass going and you just turned down whatever that synth was that was leading into that and you had it going, like it's pretty fire. Like that could be it. That could be your track. And then you have the ratata thing doing rhythmically the same thing as those drums, because just because you have a vocal loop doesn't mean you have to keep the rhythm of the same vocal loop. You are allowed to chop it up. That is an option. That is a possibility. Just look at Kill Smith and Mr. I guess Kill Bill is Kill Smith and Mr. Bill, right?
Yeah.
Look at their remix. Look at their remix of Korn's is it Freak on a Leash, where the one where he's like right?
I forget, but I know the song you're talking about. Honestly, I don't remember the title of it though.
Like they chopped the shit out of that track really well. And you can do something very similar to that, because this is like a similar vibe. It's a similar feel, you know, like the track is close enough to that to where you could do that. So aside from the, like, what did we tell the last guy about EQing? I feel like that applies here too.
Yeah, like
right?
This is like one of those things where you should focus really hard on learning basics. You know?
Yeah.
Just get the basics out of the way. EQ, compressors. Compressors aren't that important,
right,
but still worth
not even like just throw a utility on that and just get your levels right, bro. Like that's what.
Yep, gain stage.
That's something. Like nothing should be louder than your kick, snare, and your sub bass. And ideally, if you ask me, and this is personal opinion and personal taste at this point, like your kick and your bass should be your kick should be the loudest, but just by like 2 or 3% louder than everything else. And then your sub and your snare should be like a similar volume. But all three of them should be in the same neighborhood, and then everything else takes a backseat to them. And a wise man once suggested to me to mute my track, or actually to filter everything out above the sub frequencies, and just make sure that my kick and my bass is playing well together. And then you can throw the snare in after that and make sure that those three elements are playing well together. And I'm getting the feeling that if you were to throw a low pass on this thing, you would only just hear the kick. Because the psychoacoustic illusion of there being bass would be eliminated. It would disappear. Because you no longer have the other frequencies higher up the chain stacking to give you the illusion of the bass. And then also like where there is bass, it's muddy and it's not, so some places there's too much bass, too much mid bass. I should clarify. I think Magda hit that pretty good on the head. And other places, do I taste good, doggy? Is that what's going on here? Other places, there's not enough bass, or the only bass presence is your kick. But again, I can see the vision here, and I would like to hear this completed. I would also like to hear the vocals throughout the track more, used as an actual, instead of just like a build breakdown element. Like if you could incorporate them in the drop, because they're set up for there and they're rhythmic enough to do that. But yeah, that's how's the mix? Not great. Is there problems with the low end? Yes. Is the vocal fitting well? But only because the vocals used sparingly and it could be used more. But those are just like my opinion, man. I hope to hear more work on this. But yeah, I think we're ready to move on to the next hooligan. Who might that be?
Yes, sir.
Who's the next hooligan?
Oh, welcome to the team. Thank you, Jess. I'm glad to know I'm on the team, bro. Fuck yeah.
Nice to be welcomed.
Yeah. I'm just gonna end. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say this, dude. Fucking go deeper with that vocal, please, for the love of God. That's like,
yeah, the vocal's sick.
Just go deeper. Longer recording. Make a longer recording. Chop it up more. All that kind of shit. Build the whole song around that, for sure. All right. Yes, thank you, Jess, for your welcoming. Let's embark upon this.
It's I think it's Twist. Trippy Hippie's right. It's Twist. This is the Korn track.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That is such a fucking good dude. Kill Bill's shit. They are great together. Anyway, here we go.
We have a refresh request. Is it track or is it questions that need refreshing? Looks like it was track.
Maybe. I'll play again.
Yeah, the waveform changed a little. Nice. What a
What-
really tasteful and well balanced track. So I'm gonna answer with my eyes first before I answer with my ears. The fundamental was not the loudest thing in the track, according to Spectrum. However, that didn't translate poorly across the sound system, whereas other tracks today have translated poorly across the sound system, as far as that problem goes. But I feel like because you were so separated enough, and because the loudness was so far up the register, like it was like a few octaves higher than the bass versus just being like the two subsequent harmonics that were louder than the fundamental, it wasn't that big of an issue. So that was just one thing I noticed. That being said, I'm gonna work backwards here from question 2. Transients cut properly through the mix without causing issues. Volume dynamic automation, like volume shape it, like sidechain, like a tight, nice sidechain. Maybe stack a transient, maybe replace a transient. Something that I picked up. Was it You Suck at Producing, or was it Mr. Bill that does the transient swap, where you just replace the transient on all
Mr.
your
Bill.
drum hits with a hi-hat transient.
Yeah, Mr. Bill for sure.
Yeah, you just replace the transient with the hi-hat transient on all of them, just like a little click. That's a really good way to make sure that they cut through. Real hates it when I do that. He calls them my zappy boys. I think it works though, or just use like a side trans kick. No, don't use the side trans kick for this.
If you don't know who Eli Derp is, he makes a shit ton of samples like that. Where if you just look up on Splice Eli Derp, and then the fucking first thing that pops up, that's a drum, of course, that's a kick or a snare or whatever. It's gonna have that. What Dino's describing.
Yeah, and it's just you literally just take a few milliseconds off the sample that you already have, and you add a few milliseconds of a transient, like just impulse impact from like a hi-hat or like a not necessarily a snap, but like you get the idea, like a drum strike on a skin or something. Is what that's emulating, and then you use the tonal body, and that's a good way to make transients really cut through. And then another way to make transients really cut through is to transient shape them. Use something like Transient Master ST4B or Transient Shaper by Kilohertz, and just increase the attack and decrease the sustain, and then sidechain it. That's not always the best move though, because at that point you're just, again, it's just volume shaping. At that point. And then you could, like, if you're removing the body from the kick or the snare, like that does a lot of tonal changes, so that could be an issue. For this track, I'm looking for clarity, but mostly in the ability to hear each of the sound's textures. I want to know if I should push a bit more on the weight of the sounds, or they are sitting right. There's, can we get like second third of the track? Yeah, about there. There's like some sort of flutter effect happening in like the mid range that's kind of distracting from everything else, and I feel like it's adding like a little bit too much frequencies that are just, it's removing from the overall clarity. To have it be doing that kind of sound, it sounds like it either sounds like a really fast gate, or you ever talking to a fan when you were a kid? Like that's kind of what it reminds me of, even though it's not like the same effect, but like that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from that. And I don't know that it works necessarily with the rest of the track. As far as everything having its own place though, like the highs are clearly defined, the bass is clearly defined, the mids just feel a little cluttered. And yeah, that's like my opinion on it. And finally, do y'all have favorite movies, shows, or stories that inspire you to create? Not that inspired me to create, but probably my favorite story is The Count of Monte Cristo, the unabridged version, by Alexandre Dumas, French author. Also wrote The Three Musketeers, and what else did he write? There was another thing he wrote that was really popular. Anyway, so The Count of Monte Cristo is basically like a really nice revenge story. Yeah, it's pretty dark. It's yeah, it's a good story though. If you're into like revenge porn, I guess you can call it that. Which I'm not necessarily into, but there's a lot of creative ways to do that. And then the other stuff that was coming out around that time, like Moby Dick, not very good. What else was written around that time? I don't know. But yeah, The Count of Monte Cristo. Read it if you have some time. It's like depending on what translation and edition you get, it's between 1,200 and 1,600 pages. So, yeah, have fun with that. I'm just a fan of French literature, though. I like Camus and Sartre and that kind of stuff too. But yeah,
Nice.
it's an elephode mid bass. Yeah, that makes sense. I just feel like it's not it. Yeah, it's adding strangeness to the mix, I think, that is removing from the overall clarity. Maybe if you just have a sustain or something, that might work a little bit better. But yeah, that's all I got on that one.
Hell yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna preface your preface by saying this is like the weirdest fucking arrangement I think I've ever heard from Jess. On God, this is a wacky one. I don't know if I like it or dislike it either. So I don't know if that's good or bad.
I thought it was cool and fresh and unique and spooky.
It's super fucking unique. That's why I'm like, I don't even know how to feel about it. Which means it's not bad. So I'll say that. So here's the thing. I do think that there is clarity in this. I think that there's a good level of clarity. I agree with Dino. The mids are a little cluttered at times. I think the biggest issue that I have, and I know that you love dynamics, and I don't think that that's a problem, but I do think that there are moments in this song where there's a little bit too much of a difference between dynamics of certain instruments. So much so that like they kind of jump out at me, and not in like the most pleasant way. Let me see if I can find like an example earlier on. I should have wrote down the time. Let me just quickly look here. I actually fucking nailed it. All right. So you have this like pad, dark kind of vibe. And then all of a sudden you have this really high pitched, loud piano just ding, 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 ding. Right. And it's like the arrangement of the piano is fine. The piano's notes are fine. Everything about it's fine, except the fact that it's a little bit too loud in comparison to everything else that's been happening already. So what I would recommend is do some dynamic control, whether that's limiting, compression, whatever, clipping, whatever it is that you want to do for dynamically controlling those moments. I would recommend doing a little bit more of that for those types of sounds. There's a couple of times that happened throughout this song, not very many, but it's enough to like feel weird in the context of the song. And this is about clarity, right? So I'm really trying to be a little bit nitpicky here and say that the clarity kind of also comes from all of the things working together, right? I think that like you have a lot of separation and everything can be heard in its own kind of element, but I do feel at times you lose that kind of glue that makes it feel like it all belongs together. And that's like one of those examples. Anyway, I do think that mix wise, balance wise, everything about like the way that you EQ'd everything, I thought all of that was great. I do think that the sidechain feels a little weird. I think you could actually not sidechain like most of the stuff in this song. And if you are going to sidechain, just because the kick is so low frequency focused, I would just cut out like the mids and low mids and leave a lot of like the high mids and high frequency stuff to like exist. Just so it doesn't feel so like pumpy, because this isn't really like a heavy dance track. This is like I don't even know, dude. This is like an ambient fucking movie / play / I don't even know, dude. It's like a wild trailer track, you know.
Interlude music.
Yeah.
Mag, dude, I'll be right back. Don't start the next one until I get back.
Sounds good.
I'll just be like a minute or two.
Yeah. So those are my opinions on the clarity. I think you have a great understanding of the clarity. There's definitely enough space for everything, but I think at times there's like a little bit too much space because of the dynamic thing I was talking about. And then, yeah, obviously Dino mentioned it, but I'll say it again. There are moments where certain things stick out a little bit too much in the mids, like that mid bass that's the LFO mid bass, that did feel a little bit weird. But there's a couple of other moments where you have multiple things happening and they do mask a little bit. Like, let me see if I can find an example. Yeah, okay, so like, yeah, that specific, like that kind of weird lead, I guess is what you would call it. It's not bad. I feel like because it's so fast the whole time, it feels weird. I would experiment with having it start with the LFO being that fast, but then having it slow down over the, the course of its existence. I feel like if it, went from fast to like slowly getting slower and slower, kind of like an exponential rhythm sort of thing, I think that would work really nicely here. Cable guys to live comp 8. Yeah, I mean, that could work. I do think that you could still use cable guys. It's just don't cut out everything. I think that I would still actually probably recommend using volume automation sidechain, but just do it in a way where it's more transparent. That's really all. Like, I think that it doesn't need to be as like pumpy as it is. Let me see if I can find an example. Okay, so like there, right? You have this kind of lead but then you also have this like arpeggiated, almost like an acidy sort of bass sound. Obviously it's not an acid bass, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Those feel like they're not quite separated enough as far as clarity goes. I feel like you kind of have to pick one of those to be a little bit more forward than the other one, at least in the mid range, right? The mid frequencies, and then kind of do the opposite in the side range, right? So like maybe in the mids, you have that main lead synth kind of take on the main role of the center space, but then on the sides, you can boost some of the side frequencies of that other instrument. Like a decay on the speed. I think you're talking about that LFO thing. Basically, it's going here. Let me see if I can find it. So it's going like really, really fast. I'm thinking like, like slowing it down, I think would be nice to kind of like keep the vibe of this kind of weird, like, I don't even know what to, like, it's like a hobbling beat, a hobbling groove. Like, it's not really like a groove. I don't know how to describe it. It's like crawling. To keep that kind of like energy, I think that if you had some dynamics to that speed to where it slows down, it would just feel more cohesive with the theme of the song. Anyway, the next step for this song is to run it, through some time-coded and audio-reactive software. So kind of want to, if the drums and Jesus Christ, and transients cut though properly, though the mix without causing issues. Wow, this is like going to be like a hieroglyphics class, like decipher the code. I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. So the problem here is I think you're focused on the wrong thing. I actually don't think the transients cutting through the mix would help you. In the context of this song, I think the whole idea here is to kind of create a more atmospheric energy. I don't know, like the drums are so sparse in a good way that I feel like you really don't need a whole lot of it to feel punchy. I would actually go so far as to say you might be able to just low pass that kick and just have it be like a, like a thump. And then high pass the snare even to make it more of almost like a hi-hat as far as where it's sitting in the mix. Because I wouldn't worry as much about the drums punching through. In the context of this specific song, it's so like atmospheric and it's creating such a weird vibe that I think you should just dive as deep as you can into that and worry less about the beat of it. Like the rhythmic aspect of it, I think, is like secondary to the crazy, weird ambient energy that you're creating here. But my opinion is to make the transientness, I guess, like more transparent, less pumping, more kind of like felt but not even really heard as far as sidechaining is going. This is where ring mod sidechaining would actually maybe be perfect. To be quite frank with you, this is where ring mod sidechaining could actually help create this feeling of transparency without sacrificing, a lot of the timbres of the drum that you like, whether that's the hit of the transient or even the way that it rides through like the low mids or the upper mids, depending on if it's the kick or the snare. Yeah, ring mod sidechaining might be the way here. And finally, do y'all have any favorite movies, shows, or stories that inspire you to be creative? That is a good question. I watch a lot of anime, which I love. I love anime. Solo Leveling was dope.
Nerd. No, I'm kidding.
But you know what actually gets me inspired? None of that shit gets me inspired to make music. What gets me inspired to make music is
Hokey Boy.
Hokey Boy. I wish, dude. I wish. So like, if Hokey Boy made live streams of him working in Ableton, I probably would never stop making music. I would probably be in the DAW just 24/7. But yeah, no, any kind of like artist that is working on music, watching that individual almost immediately makes me want to go into the DAW and do something. And it could pretty much be anyone, honestly. I've got a really wide variety of tastes of music, and I like to dabble in a whole lot of different art forms when it comes to genres. So yeah, there's a whole lot of different people that I enjoy watching, including people like some of my big favorites that have just gotten me uber excited to make music are Copycat, Cursa, Cohen Sound, Underbelly, or You Suck at Producing, for those who don't know who Underbelly is. Yeah. And yes, so ring mod sidechaining, I'm not going to go into detail of what it is here just because it's a long process, but yes, research ring mod sidechaining, research Baraska sidechain, which is the type of ring mod sidechain Max for Live device inside of Ableton. You can also just use M ring mod or the kilohertz ring modulator. But yeah, that is what I would recommend looking up on YouTube. Kyoto is another person I've loved watching. He's really cool. Yeah. Anyway, those are my suggestions to you, Jest. I think that this is one of the weirdest things I've heard from you, and I'm not disliking it. So I don't know if that helps you understand my perspective on it, but this is some really fucking... I've never heard anything like this type shit, okay? So I've never heard anything like this in my entire life. So this is extremely unique, and it's being executed in a way where it feels good, Like the mix is nice, the arrangement's cool. So yeah, you're fucking pushing boundaries here that I don't know if I can even comprehend, but in a good way, So definitely keep fucking doing it. I think that's all I have to say. Did you want to say anything?
No.
You got everything out the way? I feel like he fucking nailed it. This is like a weird song, but I don't even know. My feedback here, I'm just kind of giving you my thoughts, but I honestly don't even know what direction I would go with a track like this. It's extremely unique. There's nothing really to reference. Like, there's nothing like, what would you tell him to reference for this? Like, what the fuck comes to mind? I don't have an idea of like what you could use to even reference, which is impressive. I'm complimenting you based on like what I just said. I hope you take that as a massive compliment, because that means you're making your own genre over there, bro. So keep doing that. That's fucking sick. All right. Oh shit. The next song is my song. So yeah, this was a flock flip that I made 4 days ago, it looks like. I want to know if I should keep going on this, and in a way where I don't have to do a lot. Okay, just keep that in mind. Like I want to just maybe mix it a little and add some ear candy, but is it worth it? Okay, is the juice worth the squeeze? You know. Anyway, here we go. We're gonna be listening to a lot of Excision tonight, lads.
Anybody that has it in their neighborhood's gonna be totally driven crazy. And it's driving you nuts.
It's driving me nuts. Anybody that has it in their neighborhood's gonna be totally driven crazy. It's driving you nuts. It's driving me nuts.
Play the section from about 40 seconds,
40 seconds.
40 to 55.
Yep.
That's good. There's a click in the sub bass.
Oh, fuck. Well, hang on. Let me write that down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the mid bass interacting that's causing a click, but there is a click.
Well,
It's
thank you.
very subtle. It's very rolled. It's very muted, but it's there.
It's probably because I didn't fade an audio clip. So, oopsies.
Yeah, that might be it.
But continue. Continue, good sir.
Yeah, and these are things that you only notice when you're able to listen with a full blown. Yeah. I don't know if it's a click, but there's a blip. We'll call it a blip. There's a blip in the sub bass. Anyway, so general thoughts. How's the mix? Should I get a little spicier with the levels? Spiciness is fine on the mix. It's very good. I'm gonna give you the same praise that I gave Hokey. Like, this is bass music. You definitely made the subwoofer sing. And this is like, I don't know at what point people begin to understand that, like, the speaker is an instrument that can be played in and of itself, if that makes sense for our viewers, you know, and our listeners, like, and I think you have the meta strat of, like, making the subwoofer, like, understanding how it functions, how it operates, and what you can do to make that, like, and it's something that Real has been dialing in on. It's something that Lucid Slip is dialed in on. It's something that Hokey Boy dials in on. It's something that I try and dial in on. It's something that you dial in on. Like, it's understanding how a subwoofer functions and what you can do to bring that function out of it. And it's really simple, guys. Just some fucking sine waves, really. Like, um, but yeah, and then it's also understanding the limitations of whatever the listening environment is going to be. So, do you need to get spicier with the levels? I don't think so. It said loud, and I turned it down. I wouldn't say it's like it was, the genre was hashtag loud, so I turned it down. I ended up turning it back up. It wasn't too loud. It wasn't too spicy. Could you go spicier with the levels? Sure. Do you need to? No. That's personal preference and taste at this point. It was very minimal as far as question 2 goes. I made this in a flip, so I only had an hour to get this arrangement together, but I kind of like the minimal vibe. Should I add more, or does it flex as is? So just a minute ago, my homie was talking about how, like, if some people were live streaming, like, what, you know, he would watch and get inspired by that. Like, you did this in an hour, dog. Like, this is it. A lot of people, it takes them weeks to get to this level of, like, tune, and you did this in an hour. You know, so maybe at some point you need to consider that, like, you should be the one live streaming. And I've done a live stream before too, and like, Kirby Bright. I don't know who Kirby Bright is. I'm gonna have to look into that. But I'm also not usually
heard that person before.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. But you know, if you did some live streams, I'm sure people would tune in and watch that. You know, instead of just streaming directly on the Discord, or maybe you can like simulcast or something. I don't know. Does the vocal processing feel cool and interesting, or is just not a vibe? It didn't detract from the track. I don't know if it added too much to the track. But if I remember correct, it's that same kind of like lo-fi distorted, like almost bit crushed vocal tech that you do, that you've gotten pretty good at, you know?
Yeah,
I don't know how much
like super. I feel like I didn't care as much about the understanding of what the person is saying, but I like the
you turn it into a texture
of it. So I'm wondering if that's fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe not.
Yeah, if you treat it as like a frequency delivery medium, you know, it works. If you're trying to treat it as a lyrical delivery medium, then it doesn't work, because I have no idea what the fuck they're saying. But I also don't care, because it was fleshed into the track so well and interwoven so well, and it fit with the rest of the sound design so well, if that makes sense. So yeah. But just for
super helpful.
Yeah, so like if you're tripping on like, but at the same time, like, I don't believe that like good music doesn't need to tell you how to feel like with words. You should be able to feel things through the emotion of the track and the melodic movement, or in this case, like the funk and the groove. You know what I mean? Overall thoughts on this track? I felt like it was a little slow. I felt like it could have been a little bit faster. I don't know what the Jeeps per minute on this one was, but it felt a little bit.
I think this was 140, but maybe 150 would have been the sauce for this.
See, I was thinking like 85, 83 would be the go.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So like,
yeah. What would that be, like 160,
160 to 170? Yeah.
Okay.
Would be the go here, but that's also working within the constraints of a flock flip. And so for those of you guys who don't know, a flock flip is something that happens on Sundays and Thursdays at 9:00 Eastern, where a bunch of us get together. By a bunch of us, I should say a bunch of you guys, because I can't participate in them. But a bunch of flockers get together and we submit samples. And as producers, we are challenged to use at minimum 3 samples. When I do participate, I try and use all of the samples. I know that Magduit tries to use all of the samples in some capacity or another. And we're not taking like little snippets and turning them into wavetables in a wavetable synth. Like, that's just not how it does that. But how does he make that in an hour, Ian? He puts his head down and he does a flock flip every like twice a week, and he gets good at making tracks in an hour. Like, you should see what Drew and Colin and like all the other homies can do in an hour, because they've been flock flipping for the last few years consistently. Like it's just getting your reps and not being afraid to make something and not have it come out the way you want it to, and being willing to just shelf it or get rid of it, take it to the graveyard, icebox, refrigerator, freezer, cooler, whatever you want to call it, and never pick it up again, right? Because every now and again you do get something sick like this that's worth working on.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I forget the artist that talks about this, but the general concept is when you set your first of all, when you set yourself a constraint of some kind, it usually gives you more creativity. Like whenever you have, in this case, it's time, but it could be all kinds of stuff. Actually, I guess it's time, and then obviously we got to use 3 of the samples. But when you set constraints on yourself before you start working on a project, it actually makes you more creative. Like it's weird. I don't understand why. It's just like the human maybe condition of like puzzle solving or like something along those lines. But the other thing is the consistency of doing it. It like Dinah said, like there are definitely some weeks where I'm not making some shit like this, but you know, every once in a while, every few weeks, there's one of these songs that's like, damn, this is actually pretty cool. And did you use a template? No, I did not use a template. But I do have a lot of stuff kind of set up already to not like, it's not a template, but like I build racks. I don't know if you've seen my Patreon at all, but I just have like a shit ton of racks. I have a shit ton of stuff that like I just drag and drop and it's ready to go.
Commonly used effects and parameters, he has them set up and ready to go to where instead of wasting 5 minutes rebuilding like a multi-band fucking delay or something, that's something I do. I use multi-band delays and spectral multi-band spectral stuff. Like instead of having to like rebuild that, or if you're like doing like color stuff, like having like 5 vocoders, dragging them in and setting the parameters every time you want to use them, it takes a lot of time. So you just build a rack, drag it in, and use it.
Yeah. The only thing I have set up in my templates is my routing. So I do have like the buses and groups kind of like that set up. And then my side chaining, and that's it. Everything else I do from the ground up. And it's getting to a point now where I should probably set up my clippers, but I've been not doing that because I don't know, man. I've been learning that compression and limiting is also really important. Clipping is also really important, but compression and limiting is important, and it's hard to really feel that if you're already clipping something. But yeah. Long story short, come through the flock flips, and you too, in due time, can make bangers like this. But yeah, really, it's all about practice.
And so sometimes when I do a flock clip, I find myself being done at like 20 or 25 minutes with the main meat and potatoes, and then I find myself sitting there for 25 to 35 minutes, like just polishing whatever it is that I already had. Like, and that's good for that kind of thing. And then sometimes I spend 55 minutes on the arrangement, and I have no time for the mix down, and I let the boys know like the mix down shit on this.
There's weeks like that.
It just be like that sometimes. But you asked whether or not this is an idea that you should expound upon, and if you should continue it, and if so, what elements should be expanded upon. Correct? Is that what the feedback we're looking for here?
That's basically, yeah. Because I do think it's worth finishing. I think it's worth finishing this.
It is. It definitely is. So the part that stood out to me as like the freshest or like best parts of this track, like the nice marbled meat in this bad boy, would be the like tipper adjacent pitch bend squelch basses, not squelch bass, but like kind of like formanty basses towards the end that you had. You know what I'm talking about? That they slightly pitch, and they're definitely like tipper squelch type of things.
That was the inspiration.
That stood out.
So.
Okay, yeah. What stood out to me as something that could be worked on. This is gonna sound really ironic. I feel like your kick is not very great in this track. The snare cuts through really well. And it could be that your kick is just too glued to the bass, which is good. But like I want a little more contrast in this. I want to know that there's a kick, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah, I've been noticing.
You might have done.
Well, I've been noticing a problem that I've been having recently is I want to have this transparency in my sidechain, but it kind of fucks me a little bit because then you lose that like that pumping kind of like, yeah, dude. So I'm trying to find like a balance to where it's, you know, it's like just enough to make you feel the pumping, but obviously not so much that it's just like fuck, I can
Yeah,
see
I
other
feel,
side chain.
I feel like you did too good of a job because like I know there's a kick there. Like I know how you produce and what your methodology is. So I know you wouldn't just not have a proper kick. I just feel like you might have done too good of a job gluing the two together. Which is a hilarious problem to have.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
my shit is too clean, dog. People
Well, yeah, it's kind of
are-
like I mean, they're basically phase. I mean, I do like phase aligning and all that kind of shit. So it's one
Yeah.
of those things where
yeah.
it's weird. It's like you don't want to be too perfect because then it doesn't feel musical anymore. It just feels like a fucking
Right.
not
And
music.
I think we talked about this a few weeks ago when you were trying to work on or when you were dipping your toes into some four on the floor stuff. I was like, you have to think about like there are conventions that have been set up by limitations in technology that we are still following, but those limitations are no longer present, if that makes sense. Like we don't have to deal with these limitations anymore, but that sound, in order to get that sound and continue to have that sound, because in a perfect world you get smacked by a transient and the bass is perfectly there to follow, because you have silence in your bass, you have gaps in your bass, you have pitch bends in your bass. Like the actual melodic bass element to it is good. It's the interplay between the kick and the sub that is kind of
No, I get you. It's not like slapping because there's not enough
Right.
of like a. Again, I think I've even said this earlier this evening. Like having a little bit of silence, having a teeny, even if it's a microscopic amount, maybe not silence in this case, but at least volume deflection or quietness. Exactly, ducking. Having like a little bit of that is actually good if you want it to feel more impactful, because then you have more dynamics before,
Right.
in this case, the bass.
And something that we need to take with a grain of salt is you did do this in an hour. And I'm sure if you put this down and you picked it up in 2 days time, 3 days time from when you did this, you would realize that like, okay, this is a little too glued, like a little too consistent. But then there are some artists that like sometimes they do this. Like Tipper will do like where there's an indistinguishable like kick from the bass, 808 music, to where they're using the 808 as both the kick and the bass is indistinguishable. But I think that has like signature hallmarks to that genre and traits that go associated with that. So that is one thing that I found with this track that I felt like it could be. And again, I'm taking that with like he did this in an hour, guys. This is very impressive. Like the arrangement is I mean, it could be spend more than a fucking hour on this track, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Word. Well, thank you.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's good to
So,
know. Also,
yeah,
I saw in the chat, sorry, I saw somebody ask what's the difference between a clipper and a limiter. A clipper is literally cutting off peaks past a certain decibel amount. And depending on how aggressive your clipping is, whether it's soft or hard, it's going to change how that happens. But hard clipping is my favorite kind of clipping. And that's essentially the audio exists until it hits that ceiling, and then it just gets literally chopped off, and then it keeps going. So like if you have like a sine wave, right? That sine wave is getting squared off at wherever that decibel amount goes above that ceiling. Whereas a limiter is just a really high ratioed compressor, which means that you have an attack and release time associated with ducking the level of said sound by the ratio that you have determined, which means that it's a little bit less aggressive at like maintaining the dynamics, but it ends up sounding, in my opinion, a little bit more musical from the standpoint of you're not really adding as much distortion, is what I guess you could call it, because it is distortion. By clipping, you're adding distortion, but if you do just enough, it's like not really noticeable. Yeah, Jest
I feel like that's
hitting the
something.
facts. Sorry, I saw Jest.
I feel like
He's
that's
spitting.
something you would learn in a 10-hour masterclass by mastering.com. Do they have a clippers and limiters, or is that covered
Just
in
the
compression?
compressors, but honestly, that video is
It's so
there
hard.
is no better video out there. So I literally went to school and I spent $33,000 going to an audio engineering school. Okay. And I'll be honest, that video is better than that fucking school's compressor class. I'm saying it. All right. Now, is it better from like an understanding hardware perspective? Absolutely not. But from the standpoint of being able to really wrap your head around what is a compressor, what is it doing, right? What is it doing? if you want to know what a compressor is doing, that video is amazing. I honestly think that it is one of the coolest things that exists today. The fact that there are people out there making videos that are like far exceeding what you could pay for free. I mean, guys, we're living in the future. All right. It may seem like the present, but it's the future. So
For sure.
take advantage of
For
that.
sure. So we have 2 tracks left. I understand that one of them is an ambient track, and then the other one is Real's track. I know that Real wants to go last, but I kind of really want to end the night on an ambient track.
I think you're right.
And
So let's do Real's track.
because I've heard Real's track, and I know what that's like, and I kind of want to end on like a chill vibe. And Anki's really good about not blowing eardrums, and Real's really bad about blowing eardrums. If you need proof of that, ask Real how his hearing is right now. That was a low blow. I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, he's here too, so he heard you talk shit. But welcome back, Real. We missed you. And he said he can go now, so it works out. It works out.
Sweet.
All right. So the harmonic integration. All right. The one thing he did not integrate are these questions. Hang on a second. Let me grab these questions.
Where are the questions? They're on
in the chat. No, they're in the chat.
They're on the SoundCloud. They're on Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got to put them in here. All right, Real. I'm excited.
And before you get started on this, do I want to listen to this at the usual levels, Real, or do I want to turn it up, turn it down? How hard do I want to go with this?
What's the genre? Oh, you didn't put a genre, so he's fucking hitting us with all kinds of side hooks, you know, fucking curveballs. Sorry,
I'm not routing the questions through the master. Nice,
bro. Not routing the questions through the master. Yeah, that's fucking sauce.
All right, I'm gonna turn it up just a little bit for Real and Anki's last tracks. It is 6:09 p.m. here in once sunny California, and I feel like the neighbors can deal with a little bit of sound.
They'll understand. It's harmonic integration. You know, they'll be able.
Yeah, and they got to get their harmonies integrated.
Exactly. Their DNA. I'm sorry. They're gonna get their DNA rewritten by this track for sure. All right. Here we go.
If their DNA is not already purchased and for sale by 23andMe.
Fucking facts. All right. Wow.
Nice.
We missed you, Real. That was so cool.
So I don't know if it was Discord doing it, or if it was SoundCloud, or if it was Real being lazy and not chopping his stuff up right. But I think it was probably Discord and SoundCloud both doing him dirty. But there was some weird timing stuff that happened, and I'm pretty sure it was just the stream that got fucked. But I think it's Magdudes go first, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you talked
Go
my
ahead.
mind. So yeah, no, is the high end on the noise base sitting nicer? Well, I don't really remember what it was sitting at before. I don't know if you showed me this one. I feel like it is just a little bit spicy. Okay, and this is coming from somebody who loves spicy noise bases. I feel like it's just like a little bit too much painness, pain zone, whatever you want to call it, a little bit too much slew harshness going on. And I mean like really subtle amount, like not a lot, fucking microscopic amount. But that is just my opinion. I would definitely reference something like Copycat. I'm sure that this would be a good thing to like stack up next to a Copycat track and just see where, specifically for the noise bass. I don't know about any of the other aspects of the mix and arrangement, but specifically for the noise bass and just seeing how loud the noise is on his tracks. Did some EQing and such, trying to get it less harsh while still very forward. Yeah, it's like almost perfect, dude. I feel like it was just like just microscopic amount too spicy. Perks too slammed, no, but I think that this snare fill on this breakdown is awesome until it's not. I feel like you bring it in with so much human resolve and it feels like really natural and really dynamic and like a fucking Cohen soundtrack. But then as you use it throughout the duration of the breakdown, it feels like it gets more and more digital and sterile, which I didn't like. Like when I first start hearing it, it's fucking awesome. But then you have like these single hits periodically, and I feel like they're so digital where, this part of me wants it to feel more like spicy, more deep, more dynamic, maybe adjust some of the velocity, adjust some of the timing more, maybe adjust even the timbre of them, try and do some timbral fuckery with it. If you have multiple hits, try and use like different hits throughout the duration, and maybe even go so far as just not using them as much. I think you could maybe just use them a little bit less often and it would achieve a very similar goal. But that was like literally my favorite percussive part of the song, but also my least favorite. It's so unfortunate. It's like the way you bring it in is literally perfect. Like I would not change. Let me find it.
Are we talking about the Tom fill?
Hang on, let me find it.
Also, that is
You hear
a
that
lazy
snare?
transition reel. That is a lazy transition.
No, but it was
you can
great.
do better than that.
I don't care. It was
You
like
can do way better than that.
But it was like Cohen sound energy. I don't know. I don't think I would change that transition at all. But it's that snare that you're using, that like snare rim thing, whatever that is, that like really organic acoustic snare. It sounds great when you bring it in here. But as this breakdown progresses, it gets more and more digital and less organic feeling. I don't know if it's the swing on it, the sample itself, the lack of dynamics. I don't know what it is, but it just feels less human, and I don't appreciate that. I would reference some Cohen sound or something like that to just see what they're doing with their snares, because you literally almost nailed it 100% of the way here, which is fucking impressive. But at the same time, it didn't quite capture that energy, and I think because you're so close, that's why it's like so defeating. It's like you're literally like almost there, and then like you just fell short just a little bit. But anyway, yeah, so that's my opinion on the perks being too slammed. They're not slammed, but that was my only perk recommendation or suggestion. And then panning on the melodic bass in the very end, too aggressive. Yeah, yeah, it's a little wacky. I didn't really notice it the first listen through though. But maybe that means it's not that big of a deal. I don't know. When I'm paying attention to it though, there's a part of me that goes, "Ooh, I don't know." But the first listen through, I didn't really notice it. But I think the reason why I didn't notice it, this section, it feels like the timbre gets slightly boring. Maybe boring is not the right word, but like when I'm constantly hearing this like full saw bass, and I don't think it's still kind of like the same timbre. It is obviously LFO'd here, like the volume of it is tremoloed, but it's still like the exact same sound, which does feel a little strange considering how dynamic a lot of these other sections are timbrally, right? Like timbrally, all these other sections, like you have like the same, I guess like a similar timbre, but there's enough variation to where it's like, oh, okay, like there's harmonics that are hitting differently in these sounds. Whereas by the time we get to here, the high end's fine, like the melodic stuff is all fine, but specifically it's that saw bass. I feel like it's too similar throughout the whole thing. I'm trying to think of a way to improve that. I don't know if it's something as simple as maybe having one stay obviously have some of the parts be this sound, but maybe just like stack another saw on top at a higher octave, or I don't know, something like that, right? Like just to like change up the energy just slightly. I'm trying to think of something like that. And I mean like very subtly, right? Like maybe just for the turnaround sections, or even having the turnaround sections have a completely different sound. That would be kind of cool too. Yeah, like that would work. Like anything just to create like subtle variation like you did in this first drop. I think the first drop, you fucking nailed that idea that I'm thinking of. But you know, it's a little bit less well executed in this second section. So yeah. I think that's all I have to say on the questions. That was really fun. I enjoyed listening to that. I'm excited to see this finished. I feel like an outro is in order here. But yeah, that was exciting. Dino, take it away.
Oh, this is gonna catch me some flack. Real, have I heard this track before? I wouldn't be able to tell because at this point they're all just kind of blending together, which is good for cohesion on an album, you know, an EP, but like there's like it's all kind of shockingly the same. No, I know I haven't heard this one before. That being said, I didn't pick up any harshness out of the high end, but I'm also not using high fidelity planar magnetic headphones right now. I'm using slowest in speakers. Which again, it depends on who your target audience is going to be, right? And if you care about the Magduets and the Dinos of the world listening to your music on their niche headphones that like 1% of even the producer population is aware of and owns, you know, and that's that. But at the same time, that is the top 1% of the producer population. And like, I know AU5 doesn't use Odysseys anymore. I think he switched back to HD 600s. But like Ill Gates and Mr. Bill and like all these other producers that we look up to, they all use planar magnetics. So if you care about impressing them with their fucking high end cannons, you know, but at the same time, like if you're using those headphones, you are aware of the shortcomings of those headphones, or in this case, I would say it's a feature, not a bug. So yeah, I don't think the high end was too spicy on this. Like I said, Discord and SoundCloud did you dirty, but at the same time, when Magduet replayed that transition from the first drop into the main break, like I can see what Magduet's saying with like that's a very Cohen Sound transition, but Cohen Sound also hasn't put out new music in like 6 years. So, you know, I feel like if they were to do something like that, like that, they probably wouldn't do that kind of transition anymore. And my joke about you becoming Cohen Sound, if you reference them anymore, holds true. Which you could take that as a compliment too. Like you are mastering that. I don't even know what you would call this genre. Just like clean orchestral bass kind of stuff. I don't know how to describe it because it's its own thing for sure. Let's see. What is question 2? So no, the high end is fine on the noise bass. Are the perks too slammed? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Honestly.
At least he's honest. I mean, fuck.
What,
Yeah,
about the
honestly,
perks
I
being
didn't
too
even know what
slim?
he was talking about either, so I'm glad we're kind of in that similar sort of realm of
Yeah,
understanding.
I have no clue which perks you're talking about, bro. the percussion and the drums and the levels throughout this track are fine, dog. They're fine. This track is done. Like it's put a 5% reverb on the master, 10% OTT on the master. It's fucking done, dog.
Delete the
Yeah.
project though.
Yeah, get
Don't
rid of
forget to
it.
do that.
Put it in the graveyard.
Yeah, put it in the graveyard.
That being said, I very much enjoyed the Tom Phil transition that happens, I think, in like the second third of the track, maybe the last quarter of the track. There's like a really clean Tom Phil. And I can tell you that hit all of the sub frequencies on the sub in the right amount, in the right, like, the notes descended in pitch and they ascended in volume, which I think is generally the right idea for a tom fill. Like you want it to get louder in the bass frequencies as it decreases in pitch, or as it descends in pitch. So yeah, the tom fill was nasty. Ian's 100% right. Probably the best part of the whole track, which is kind of sad. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. It's not sad. It's really good use of a tom fill. There were some places, and now I'm just gonna nitpick because you will listen to my backseat and my advice because you're a smart guy. I mean, it's abuse. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, Ian, but we're the leadership team of this community. We're all kind of rough with each other. There's no kid gloves. We've been producing long enough, and our skin is thick enough that we can handle it. There are
me.
portions of this track. No, I definitely didn't have kid gloves on for your track. I told you how it was with that.
No,
kick
I'm
bass
just
element.
no. I'm just saying, like, I cry myself to sleep, afterwards. No, I'm fucking kidding. I'm kidding.
For sure. There are portions where I feel like you could mute the high resolution nature of it and maybe not bit crush but downsample some of the stuff to kind of add like a spectral twinge to it, and just as like a slight coloration of the timbre. You could color the timbre to make a slight coloration of the timbre, but not like in a color based way, but more like in a spectral way, just to kind of bring it more into 2025 and less into 2018. But at the same time, like, this is a super high fidelity track. Like, the stuff you are making is very clean, very high quality, very intentional. Like, everything is sitting in its place. And I'm very excited to know, like, what the next sound is going to sound like once we wrap up this era of the reel. Just because this is like the 5th or 6th track that's in this kind of like design language of production that you're going in, which is very enjoyable. But like, 2018 was so chill though. Yeah, it was chill.
I do,
and
I'm sorry. I just wanted to interject for one moment. I do agree with you, Dino. There has been a very similar timbre quality to basically everything we've heard from Real in the past, like, what would you say, like 4 months or something, 5 months,
6 months, something like
maybe?
that. Yeah,
I do agree with that. But that, like you said, I don't know if that's technically bad for an album. In fact, I would say that's actually like a huge flex.
That's
for an album.
ideal. That's ideal for an album. But and the reason I'm pushing him to move forward and grow is because he's also a relatively new producer. He's progressed quite a bit in the time that he's been producing, but like, once once we move forward and start exploring new ideas, I'm very curious to see where your sound design techniques and your approach to sound design takes you. That being said, panning on melodic bass is very aggressive. I don't know if you're still here, real, but I can't tell if shit is being panned, brother. Like we are 8 inches apart on 8-inch cones. Like there's no way.
That's why I feel like
I'll
I
be
don't I don't think it's technically bad, but I don't know if it like enhances the song, you know? Like I mean, I guess you didn't hear it, but when I heard it, like I didn't feel like it was like adding anything.
And then also, if you sum it to mono, is it going to disappear, or is it just going to be the same thing but at 50% volume? That's something to consider. Like if it's just gonna sum it and it's gonna spread it out evenly across the multiple speakers, and instead of having 100% on each side, it's just 50% in the center, like at 50% volume in the center. Now you're just detracting from your track. And I don't know if that's necessarily the best thing to do. I didn't hear it though. I couldn't tell. So now you're 2 for 3 for shit questions, real. And like we're over here telling people to write better questions. We can't even write good questions ourselves. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? But anyway, I love you, bro. I wanted to make sure that you got a track in tonight. I don't believe in mono systems. Okay, look, we are in a time and place right now, real, where there's a huge, like, what's it called when like eras change? There's like there's a word for it.
Paradigm shift, maybe.
Yeah, we're in a paradigm shift. Thank you. We are in a huge paradigm shift right now with live sound. Okay, where you and I live in a place where there's some systems are clean and nice, like the fucking Royal Sound and Lighting system out of Sacramento, right? That we know and love. But for every Royal Sound out of Sacramento, there's a dyno out there with a shit mono stack. Well, my system's not shit, but it is. I do run it as a mono stack when I run decks through it. Like everything gets mono. Like it does. I don't give a fuck. It's going mono, buddy. I'm not bringing out all the extra gear and hardware to make it run stereo, and I shouldn't have to. Like your track should be able to stand on its own legs in mono or stereo. It doesn't matter. And then also you could ask Colin. Like it doesn't matter how expensive your gear is. It doesn't matter how expensive. Oh, it looks like Trippy Hippie's also a California boy. What's up, brother? It doesn't matter how expensive your gear is if it's not properly set up. Oh, Reno, yeah, same difference. And you know, I sent your track, the one that you released. I sent it to the homie out of Sacramento because I feel like I would play this track out as it is on my gear, on my systems. Like if it fit in a set, like there's no reason why I would not play it. You know, the same goes for like Hoki's tracks and Magda's tracks and my own tracks too. Like we're at a point. Resonant language mixdown references law. Yeah, okay. Says the Don himself. Speaking of which, we almost had a full 3-man Feef, but I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus this week at least. But anyway, yeah, I would play this track out. It's good. It's done, dude. Fucking like print it, send it, and move on to the next thing. And I'm really looking forward to what the next thing is that you decide to do. Like whatever it is that where you go next is going to be like exciting and fresh and new, because you're taking something that is a known entity, a known quantity, and you're making it fresh. But because it's such a known quantity, and because there is an artist that like your tagline for the longest time was exploring my sound, right? But right now it feels like you're exploring someone else's sound and you're mastering it, yes, to a very good degree, but like when are we going to hear the authentic and true and fresh, 100% fresh, real stuff? You know what I'm saying? That's why I made the joke, like if you reference Cohen Sound anymore, you're going to become Cohen Sound. Yeah. the drier shit sounds, the better it sounds. Live system, maybe.
Yeah, no, I was about to just mention something about that. That's like 100% facts. I think the big reason why is because like sound is played in a space, so you get like room reverb naturally, essentially. So if it's dry, it ends up feeling more natural because you're essentially you're relying on the reverb that's created in the space, which means that not only is it going to sound natural, but also it's going to sound, yeah, dude, get in here. Not only is it going to sound more natural, but it's going to end up feeling less muddy because you're not like doubling the reverb, you know, you're not like adding 2 sets of reverb essentially. But yeah, hop in here, dude. The hell?
You're already in the call, bro. You just need to join it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So
can Bunting join Feef?
So what happens when you're in a live situation? Yes. Like, I know Colin has a lot to say about the black box out of Denver, to where there's a whole bunch of like standing frequencies and resonant points in there, like where it's just compounding the reverb that's already in. That's why I say like 5 to 10% reverb max. Like, you don't want a huge wet reverb sounds. There he is. Let's see, how are we gonna go?
What's up, bro?
Boom. Hello.
Hello, can I be heard?
You can.
Yes, you can be heard.
This is so epic. I couldn't just stand on the sidelines. I had to step in and say some things about his track, but I haven't listened to it in its entirety yet.
Do you guys want to give? Are you okay with us giving it another go, Ian Anki?
We don't need to play it on stream. I'm just gonna skim through it and give it my thoughts. Okay. I was just baffled as the Dino hating vibes commenced.
Yeah, no, I
like,
feel like
it's because I'm not so secretly jealous.
Wait, I'm sorry. I gotta reset my interface. I'm getting a little audio bug, and then I'll be right in.
Word
to set the.
No, I feel like real. He keeps outdoing himself, but I see where Dino's coming from a timbral perspective.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Matter. Like around 41 seconds. Oh. Okay.
Don't worry, I can fix that on my end. Just keep going, keep flexing. I had you turned up, which is why.
Okay. So the phrasing basically from 38 to like 42 seconds in the track. Like that's the shit I think that makes it reek a little too much of like Cohen sound type vibes. Like I feel like that phrase and that type of sound design has been played by them so much that I'm just like, all right, you know what I mean? So I can understand where that vibe is from. But in terms of the rest, like I think you should push more into like these like harmonic 50 vibes just as a whole. That shit's hard. And if you come to these like Cohen sounding neuro basses, like just distort them like more fucked up style, I think, you know, not ruining them, but more fucked.
Did he drop?
The last thing we heard was more fuck. And it stopped like at just fuck too. Which is
homie dropped pretty bad.
But yeah, no, I think that is these are wise words.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait, did I just?
I think you're back.
Did I get cut off?
You did. But you're back. Right? Welcome.
Okay. So like distort that type of bass more gnarly, or kind of look at it 50 style a little more. And when it comes to this kind of break in the middle, I feel like I want to hear some transients on this instrumental, kind of dictating the rhythm, making that a little clearer, besides just the drums. The instrumental is very smooth, but just a few elements beyond the drums feeling transient, I think would be nice for the groove, and it would also add a little brightness that I was talking.
You dropped again pretty bad, brother.
The last thing we heard was brightness.
Never get. Yeah. Okay, good. That would help with the brightness. I was done. My shit bugging out bad. Never get no focus right.
Oh shit. Another person.
Bro,
Another
I have
person who
things
doesn't
to
like
say about
Focusrite.
Focusrite, and they are not positive.
I'm telling you guys, the Behringer brothers, Yuli Behringer, he knows what he's doing. Basically making the best thing that everyone else is making and then charging less for it.
Right. I'm just glad that didn't happen while we were on stream tonight, dude. Today, that would have been awful if the neighbors just started hearing the click clack fuzz that happens because the interface. I too have to reset it every now and again.
For real.
All right. Well, I guess that's all we have to say about Reels Track. I think.
Is that all? Is that all we have to say about Reels Track, or is?
Yeah, I know Bunty
have-
said he's done.
I'm
I definitely laid into Reel. I don't think that. I really liked the vibe. I feel like he's gotten really, really fucking good. Every time I haven't heard his music in a while, so that was shocking.
Hey, well, I've been him and I talk maybe like once or twice a week at like 3 a.m. I guess that'd be 6 a.m. your time. You might be up. I don't know. I really want to encourage you, Real, to like push even more boundaries. Like you have mastered this. Like, can we get? I'm curious to hear what else you are capable of, if that makes sense. You know, I want to hear what else we can get.
I shall move
Says I
on.
shall.
All right. He's gonna just take that and run with it.
Speaking of
Alright.
moving on,
Yeah. Speaking of which, we have the last track of the evening, an ambient track by Enki. Let me grab these questions really fast so that we can understand what is going on inside Enki's mind and what he would like to know from us. Holy crap.
there's a lot of questions.
All right. I'm going to be getting these questions going while we're listening. But yeah, this is dope.
All right. So was it my interface screwing up, or did anyone else get like some clipping distortion at the
was
end there?
definitely some clipping going on. Definitely
Okay.
some clipping going on.
I
Not
got
a
that.
ton,
Alright.
but subtle amounts. But
You
yeah,
want to kick us off, guest bunting?
yeah, on God.
Sure. It was fire. I wasn't a fan of it at first. The kind of AC sound or this kind of noisier layer I felt was coming in really stereo. And when there's too much mids in the stereo field, it makes me very upset, like metaphysically. So I would taper that down just a little bit, at least for the beginning. I personally like tracks to feel like a little more high passed feeling at the start. And also the kind of tones that this hummy, noisy sound was hitting, I found also sounded a little dissonant with the more sine wavy pad that was coming in. But as everything came in and settled in, it sounded pretty fire and clean. But at the beginning, for some reason, it just felt like kind of like a weird, chafy dissonance between some of the layers. But later on, it was good. I like it. I like the choice of notes. You kind of play a little off this ambiguity. So you're hitting this root note, just and you kind of switch between this minor and major sound, which I think is very beautiful, very spacey, ethereal, beautiful, amazing. But so our root note, which is kind of we have the fifth like at So what I think you should do is around this fifth, you should play off the fourth and also the sixth scale degree more. So do 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 do, right? That's the type of sound, because I really feel like that's like the money sound in terms of holding the type of tones you're holding just in this tune. And just generally like holding minor chords, I feel like that's the most emotional feeling to move towards. So you could do that. Also hit the kind of higher root note, just the octave, a bit more in the ambience. I think could lead to some impactful moments. And maybe playing with kind of that major third even more, which I hear a few times through the track. But if you don't know what that means, I won't mess around with it. Yeah, it was fire.
Hell yeah.
Back to it. You wanna round this one off, and then I'll take it away.
Yeah. So I feel like it definitely had dissonance to it that I didn't like. I definitely agree with you, Bunting, on not only the chord structures rubbing together in a weird way, but also there's like, I don't know if it's really clipping or if it's just resonances that are like too loud. Like it could be something as simple as just doing a boost and sweep on some of the sounds and like finding some of these resonances that are like a little bit too long lasting. I don't know how to describe it. It's like yeah, it's like some of the frequencies are too resonant, so it ends up feeling like this weird like super bandpass sound, which I don't love initially. I feel like yeah, as the track grows on me, it becomes less of a problem, and then I start to notice like the weird digital clippy stuff that's happening. But up until that point, it does feel like it's a little weird at first. But I think like if you eased into it, it would be a little bit less abrasive at first. But yeah, no. So like the biggest issue that I found was like, I don't know if it's like tape saturation or digital clipping or both, but I feel like there's like a little bit too much of that tape saturation, and then there's also these moments where it clicks from the digital clipping, and I feel like if you just tamed both of those just a little bit, it would make this the smoothness, like the track would just feel more smooth, less like abrasive, which I think is like the goal here, is just to make something that's like super warm and ethereal and just like, you know, taking you places that are very calm and soothing and dreamlike, even like this mountaintop here in the picture, you know. They're taking you there. So that's kind of like the big thing that comes to mind. As far as the questions go, is it not dynamic enough? I feel like it's maybe a little bit quick. Like it comes in like a little bit faster than, I think you could go even slower with this. Then again, it's a 3-4 minute track. You could make this into like, you know, 6 or 7 minutes. And I think that would be good, just to kind of be even more subtle with the way that you bring everything in. But I don't know. I don't know if it needs that, but I think it would be nice. Was thinking it could be cluttered and I can make sharper attack and release times. No, like I don't think it could. I think it's like kind of the opposite. I think you could just make things like even more long and smooth and transition like even more slowly. Yeah, a big thing or big genre that I really enjoy that does that is dungeon synth. And I feel like it's like essentially just this constant evolving atmospheric energy. But the smoothness of that just comes from how much time you take to like go in and out of different like sounds. Or yeah, in Bunting's suggestion as well, I feel like you could even go further with the chord progressions and go like, yeah, this can go a lot of different ways, but I feel like definitely making the track longer and more complex in those regards would be really fun. What sort of elements should you add? I don't know if it really needs anything. I feel like maybe you could go like a little bit more, I don't know if it's like corny or like just kind of common, but you could add some sort of vocal harmony type stuff, right? Like just adding in choruses, making it feel like a little bit drier as well during those sorts of like real human things, whether it's a person singing or I don't know, just like a guitar or like just some kind of like a dry instrument could be nice. Not like super dry, of course, but just drier than the track itself. But then at that point you start losing a little bit of the ambience aspect. So, you know, that's just something that I think would be fun. If yes above, I was making this into a future garage track, what direction do you guys think I should go? I mean, honestly, you kind of nailed the atmospheric stuff, so I would just dive really far into that. I wouldn't really worry about like drums or anything. I wouldn't really worry about like trying to make this into like a groovy thing. I feel like, you know, you could meditate to this for like 10 minutes or something, you know, just fucking vibe out, close your eyes, think about, you know, all the thoughts that come to your mind and just let them go, you know. I think that's a great use for this music. Anyway, those are my thoughts. That was fucking crazy cool. You've got the ambience thing down. All right, Dino.
All right. Is it not dynamic enough? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think Bunting hit it on the head when he mentioned the AC noise. Like my laptop's fan is going haywire right now, and I couldn't really distinguish it between that and the loud sound that was coming out of the. And by loud sound, I don't mean like your track was loud, but I have high volume going here. I was thinking could be cluttered, and I could make it sharper, attack release times, but I can't tell in my room. Or should I insert time to elongate the releases of the pads and essentially throw it out of? Yeah, with this, why are we even worrying about 4/4? I know I've told you to reference Signs of Life before, and like as far as like the chordal stuff that and the sound music theory stuff that Bunting was talking about, I don't necessarily know exactly. I don't know. To my ears, it didn't sound like too crazy or anything in that regard. But I also wasn't listening for that. I was being taken away to a soundscape and a location. Sounded pretty good. What sort of elements should I add? Keep it minimal and atmospheric, or should I build it into a defined melody? An element you could add definitely is a sub bass. I feel like we were missing a bass element throughout the whole track here. That was something that I felt like I could use. And then if you're going to do a sub bass like that, you could sub bass, count to 4, and then bring in like some super like minimal, like Burial-esque drums. And if you're going to take it to garage, like Burial would be the reference here, I think. actually build into a defined melody. Not necessarily. I mean, you don't have to. And then as far as a future garage track goes, what direction do you think I should go? Even though it's past garage, it is future garage as a genre. Burial would be a good one. There is a homie that comes through the server every now and again. His name's Oki, OKI. You might want to talk to him about garage. Guy's got like pressings and stuff, vinyl pressings, garage tracks. Who works with like a label that's actually doing pressings and whatnot. So that might be something to explore as far as like garage goes. That is our resident garage guy. In my opinion, he's the go-to for garage. But aside from that, like, yeah, Oki is fire. High Passy and Bunting was saying I'm just a monkey in the middle. It feels like, yeah, but like,
I mean, maybe we can clarify, but I'm pretty sure Bunting meant that as like, just for the beginning.
I don't know, maybe. What did you mean, Mr. Bunting?
I stated that I usually prefer when tracks start more without so much mid and low range, just referring to the AC sound especially. You don't literally have to high pass everything in, but you could. And I do agree that later in the track, yes, like low end should introduce, or very smoothly it would just be to filter it in, or something with a very slow attack.
So I'm gonna depart a little bit from there on that. This is, I think I've suggested this to you before, Anki, is if you do like thunder or something and you have like thunder crackling in, that's a good way to introduce low end and like the ambient atmospheric stuff. But you could also bring in a bass slowly into a thunder strike or something like that. But that could be a little bit too abrupt. So I think Bunting's probably right here that a slow roll in, like volume shaped in, that kind of thing, or high passed in, that could work pretty well. But yeah, a little bit of sub could go a long way on a track like this. And then
I feel like even finding a good binaural like frequency, just fucking put a sine wave at that frequency and just
like a plus or minus 4 to 10 hertz on a sub, that could introduce like a nice beating, and then that could determine the tempo of your track pretty well, and then you could introduce drums that way too, and that would be very very spicy,
yes,
if
the
you
2 hertz sub, of course.
No, it's not a 2 hertz sub. It's a difference of.
No, I know what you mean. I'm sorry.
2 hertz, and that creates a beating that is almost like an LFO effect. It's a phasing.
Is that why respaces sound so good? Because it entrains your brain with binaural beats.
Ooh.
Probably. Just avoid. I don't want to bring up the webpage, but they have the fart research center or whatever it is, where they have the resonant frequency of the sphincter, and like farts travel at like 161 hertz or something.
Oh shit! I gotta boost this.
I feel like some people are so bored. Like, who fucking?
Me and Percy have done the research.
Oh, that's fucking lit.
That's insane. I'm gonna really boost that in a track I play out and see what happens.
Well, but the problem with that is that's the low end of the mids, right? It's not going to come out through the sub. Like, you would need the power to come. Why are we talking about fucking fart theory right now?
You just pre-drop with like someone saying, this is the brown note, and then you just have that one tone.
Okay, well,
see how long we have playing the song until people get upset. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, we have you here, Mr. Bunting. Is there any tracks that you would like to show off to the world? Since we have all 10 of our viewers right now.
Let me open up the drive.
The drive.
Let's go.
The drive. Yeah. It's probably be a good time to mention that we do have Flock Clips on Sundays and Thursdays at 9:00 Eastern. And is everyone happy with the change in the Feef time? I feel like this was a pretty pretty good move. It was a good move for me. I'm outdoors. I still have stuff, time to go do stuff on a Friday night.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. It's 10 o'clock here
Yeah.
where I am, and that's a big difference between 10 and 3. There's a
Yeah.
big difference there, so it helps.
And that is the
Um,
idea behind the brown note. Is it releases or it loosens and releases the sphincter, and allows air to pass through. But I think the concept with the brown note is it creates pressure on the body, and then that pressure is what forces out. Like it's such a forceful sound, or at like such as like that much like. But wouldn't that cause like your blood to start coming out your pores and whatnot, like before it would cause like a fart to come out? I don't know. These This is
questions are
probably
above my
all
pay grade.
these are
brown
questions
note
that
expert. I'll be honest.
were probably researched ad nauseum by less than kind individuals doing like sonic warfare research. So
That's gonna be
I know.
the secret weapon.
Right,
Is a big
I
old
guess.
speaker.
sound cannons.
Did you see the clip of them using the sonic weapon
No.
the other day?
What
At
was
a
it
protest.
in Turkey?
Something like that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Turkey's going hard right now. All right, let me turn you guys back up. If you didn't know, Mr. Bunting, we're on the sound system outdoors right now. The
That's
whole
fire.
neighborhood's gonna get to enjoy this.
Okay, they're gonna love this one.
All right. I'm just making sure that I have the volume at the right amount so that way the stream doesn't get wrecked. All right, everyone. Let us embark.
Hell yeah.
What does that say?
Swaukless plonker.
Swaukless plonker. Okay.
I meant to say plonker. Fuck.
Oh, plonker. The L. You gotta take the L. You took the L. That's what you did.
What?
Because it doesn't have the L. Anyway. All
No.
right, here we go. I'm excited.
I think it's just beats.
I'm gonna do my patented fade out.
That's fire. That's fire.
Nah, fam. My neighbors were liking that. Why'd you stop it?
Dude,
Oh yeah.
that timbre is really fucking cool. It's like a it's like a tom
Almost like a wood drum kind
mixed
of.
with a what's that rice rain stick thing? Rain stick. There we go. I think that's what it's called. It's kind of
Yeah,
like if a
rain stick.
tom and a rain stick were like mixed together. Which is
So is that modal synthesis? Is that what that was? Like a Karplus algorithm?
I use faceplant.
Bass
Okay.
plant is fire.
And I think like it was a lot of like phasers and like FM sine plucky shit and kind of just boosted resonances to make it more drummy.
Heck yeah. Well, do you have any questions you would like to ask of us, or are you flexing? Is this just flex, hard flex?
What do you think of the choice of drums? For one, two, what do you think about the sub, how it sounds, the presence, or how it should be processed?
That's
Ideas for a second drop. That's different. That's it.
you wanna start us off, Magda, or you want me to?
Yeah.
You want me to go?
I got it. I feel like the big thing that I did not get to feel a whole lot of, and keep in mind I'm on planar magnetics that are open back, but there's no, the low end ability to understand the low end on these is not amazing. So with a sub, I feel like the kick is probably fine, but on these headphones, the kick felt not there in comparison to like the mid-range Tommy, whatever that sound is. I don't know. I feel like the balance between the two in the mids or low mids, I guess, because that's what I can really pay attention to on these, felt off when it came to just the kick. The snare felt fine, but I feel like the kick, yeah, it feels like one of those, like, I assume it's like one of those like low frequency thumpy kicks without a whole lot of high frequency stuff or like fullness, which is fine if you have a sub, but if you don't have a sub, it's pretty hard to hear. So yeah, that's just like something to be aware of. But I feel like if your plan is to only play this out, then it probably isn't a big deal. But if if you're like a cell phone listener, I think you would not feel the kick as much.
Half that track is disappearing through a cell phone.
Yeah. So that's like drum wise the only thing I felt was off. I feel like it has like the classic trap drum vibe though. So I don't know if that's, I didn't dislike it. It's just the kick mainly I felt was, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like I wanted it to be more full spectrum. But yeah. Let's see, what was the other questions? The second drop idea, I feel like you could just change up the pattern of the tom and maybe a couple notes, but mainly just like the pattern of it, maybe even slow it down and just get like really half-timey, even more half-timey than it already is. You know what I mean? Just get like kind of like zoom in like a microscope.
Third time.
But let's see, what was the second question again? Fuck. What was it, Bunting?
Thoughts on the sub?
Oh, the sub. The sub was great. It was a nice smooth sine wave, really easy to hear. It was maybe a little bit not stagnant, but like I think a pitch bend on it would have been kind of nice. But then that adds like impact kind of 808-ness to it. And I don't know if that's what you wanted or not, but I feel like it would be nice. I always like pitch bends on my subs. And maybe there was one, I just didn't really notice it. Hang on. Again, these headphones are
It did move around and bend.
yeah, I don't think the sub's bending. So I think like a little pitch bend on the sub could be fun. Just to kind of go in line with the splunkiness of the Swankless Plunker. Is that, yeah. I think I got it. All right. That's pretty much all I can say on those questions. Yeah, that was dope.
Awesome.
What a title. All right, so I have to agree with Magda on the kick. I am using a sub right now. And the kick, I just like a little, and Real is probably gonna throw me over the coals for this one. A little more like of a transient on there, and you're not alone in suffering from this. Magda had a similar issue tonight. Hokey Boy had a similar issue tonight, to where the kick is just too well integrated into the bass, and it falls out of the conventions of what we're expecting from electronic music. Like it's too clean. We'll just put it that way, because there is a kick there, and it's really well integrated with the bass, but it might be too well integrated with the bass. And so yeah, that's I have to just agree with Magda on. I feel like the kick could be a little more pronounced and a little more separated from the rest of the bass. As far as the sub bass level itself goes, or not the sub bass level, but the sub bass choice, A A is a very brave choice right now, and I'm getting the feeling that like because you've been doing a little more live stuff, you understand that the higher register and the lower octave stuff like can go pretty hard. It sounded fantastic through my sub, but that's also like that's where like the bell curve of the sub is right in that region. It's where it gets the most power. I cross over at 100, and then I start to roll off at like 41 or 42. So you sitting in that A, G sharp, F sharp region was it. Gentlemen, we are once again making the subwoofer sing. And I believe that is the whole point of a track like this, right? Is to make the sub like really cook and sing. And it's cool. And then what was the last question? It was sub, drums,
Second drop.
and then second drop. I agree with Mag do it. Slowing down even more. Really flexing, like maybe not even halftime, but maybe like switch up to like 3/4 timing could go really hard. Just like really subvert the expectations, especially when you have something that's so like percussive as this track, like that sick like kick snare reset kick snare reset, like that could go really hard and be very confusing for novice listeners. But like it's the if you know kind of thing, like smirk emoji. And I feel like but that will really only get you kudos and brownie points with other music theory nerds, like people who are able to follow around with that like waltz feel, so I don't know necessarily if that's something you're willing to. And then also, and I have a similar problem, or I create a problem for myself when I make tracks that are just unmixable for people who are like the lay DJ. Like they're not going to be able to mix in a 3/4 track, so you're alienating 7/8 of the DJ crowd right there. Like that will odd time signatures will basically guarantee your track will not be played by someone other than yourself or someone who appreciates what you're doing or someone who's playing out other tracks. So if that's another goal of yours, which I'm sure it is, then that might be a problem to consider. So you might want to stick with going from 4/4 to 2/4 or something like that. But I thought immediately the same thing, like when that second, which by the way, the track felt fresh enough to where when Magdo started fading out, where you were like, oh, it just repeats itself. Like it could have repeated itself. It wasn't stagnant yet. Like it could get stagnant, but I feel like you could easily drop back into that first drop again for the first half of the second drop and then go to a halftime from there to freshen it up, like before it gets boring. But it had not yet gotten boring yet. So there's that aspect of it. And I think the reason maybe it didn't get boring is because you have that like phased, almost dispersed sounding, like I thought it was modal synthesis. I thought it was like a Karplus algorithm with an impulse response and that kind of stuff. I guess you said it was Faceplant. I don't think Faceplant does that. But that sound is like,
I mean, you can use convolution reverb, I guess, and
yeah, it's not new, but it's fresh because people don't know about it and they don't use it. And I should probably shut up so I can gatekeep this kind of stuff for myself. You know what I'm saying? But it's like it's a really fresh sound. And it's really unique, and people don't go for it that much. And because it's so like clean and new and raw, that's probably why. Like, if you were doing that with like 2011 UAs, I'd be like, come on, bro. Like, let's come up with something a little more original. But because it's an original and fresh sound, I feel like you can get away with doing the same thing twice, and maybe just changing up the drum pattern or the flow a little bit, or minimally evolving the sound design. But I think the get here is to keep the same sound design and change the flow, and a halftime, like a super slowed down, like really like waves of the ocean halftime kind of feel would be like a good idea here. But yeah, that's my thoughts on a second drop. Great track too. In case you guys were wondering, Bunting is still out there. He is still cooking. And he's cooking pretty hard. Bro made us what's that dish that The beef one that's got the croissant wrap around it and the mustard and the mushrooms and shit. Gordon Ramsay's famous for it. Fuck,
Oh,
what's it
beef
called?
Wellington.
Beef Wellington.
Yeah, dude.
Bro's making beef Wellingtons out here. Yeah. But yeah.
And he's cooking them
Nice.
properly. They're not raw, dude. Well, maybe they are raw, but not in the way Gordon Ramsay would say. Yeah.
He has no grounds to talk about raw sandwiches. Have you seen his grilled cheese sandwich, dude, where the cheese is still solid?
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Come on, bro.
He was like, "Oh,
That
look at
was-
this! Look at this gourmet grilled cheese." Oh, that's not
Oh,
even English,
dude,
is it?
got like half-inch slices of tomato in it, and the cheese isn't even melted and it's charred on the outside. Anyway, I have feelings about that. I'm a fat guy. I like my food. Stay away from my grilled cheese, bro.
Hell yeah.
Anyway,
Well, I think
so
I think that
I
wraps
think that's it for tonight, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Any?
So I'd like to thank Mr. Magdut for hosting the Feef tonight. I'd like to thank our guest Feefer Bunting. Welcome, Bunting. We hope to have you again soon. And I'd like to thank everyone that participated in tonight. I feel like we had some really good tracks tonight, and we had some tracks that our artists can grow, and we look forward to seeing you grow, and we hope that we can grow alongside with you. So yeah, that's,
Yeah, I think,
that's all I got for that.
Yeah, I think the flock flips really help if you're new, because basically it's
Oh,
forcing
yeah.
you to be in the DAW, which is the best way to learn.
Yeah, it's or elsing you.
Exactly. Yeah, make music or else, you know. Yeah, Bunting, do you want to let us know? Let us know anything you
Yeah,
want
what's-
to let us know.
What's going on in the world of bunting?
Just chilling
Still World of
type
Warcraft?
shit. You already know.
Let's fucking go,
Nah.
dude.
We saw
But,
photos
just-
of a show that you and Blonde did. That's cool.
Yes, that's the show, the most recent show. That was great. I played the tune I just showed. It was fun.
Nice.
It's pretty good. I've been DJing more and focusing on that and practicing that a lot more. Really fire. And I have a lot of unreleased shit. I'm really considering starting to release some of these or like sending out to labels, etc. Just looking to express the bass music type shit.
Well, that's good to
Nice.
hear. That's exciting. I need to start fucking maybe getting that level of conviction, the willingness to release music.
For real.
It is difficult, but also not impossible. You know,
I don't know. I have like 5 or 6 of your tracks on my hard drive here at Magdut that are just done, that have been done for about a year
Yeah.
now.
No. You know me, dude. I feel like I set a really high bar, and I don't know if that's good or bad. Starting to think that it was good, but yeah, at the same time, it's a lot of work. But you just got to keep making music. That's all it is. That's all it really comes down to. You know,
Yeah.
keep making music.
Or
Well,
else.
Or else. Yeah. 100%.
For
Thank
real.
you guys. As is tradition, Thursdays, Sundays, flock flips, Fridays. You guys already know the new Feef times. Yeah. Thank you guys. We love you, and we'll see you
Real
soon.
shit. It was good chilling.
On
I'll
God.
chill more at some point. I'll
Yes.
see y'all.
Yes. Come through, Bunting.